Ezio Auditor. Brave of you to stand alone against me, but also quite foolish. Assassin.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Chronicles, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood for my annual 2023 playthrough doing a no fall damage challenge. Hey there Stocks, welcome on in. How's things going? You need higher channel point rewards, you have 17,000. Yeah, I like to try and think of ones that aren't just, you know, silly ones or ones that are gameplay related to what game I'm playing that take me a long way away from my goal in a playthrough. So when I'm trying to come up with new ones, it's a bit hard sometimes to figure out what to make it and also make it so that it won't be annoying to me to do.
Ah, the die is cast, Batman. Your nightmare almost complete. Just a couple more steps, Dark Knight.
Thanks for redeeming that. How's it going, dude?
You'd think someone would teach him a little respect.
Did the captain That's hardly an endearing display.
After playing a whole game where I wasn't allowed to swim, it's good to be able to just have Ezio run and jump and land in the water and not have to have any penalty for swimming. Hey there, Lucky. Rebuilding the districts was such a favourite part in this game for some reason. Yeah, I think some people just like to feel like they're accomplishing something. Stocks, it's going good. You are learning the 100% route for the ACB speedrun and it's draining due to the full synchronization things. Yeah, that's the thing too, if you wanted to do that. Especially like speedrunning as well and getting everything. Going out of your way to get things that otherwise, if you weren't doing the 100%, you could just bypass.
The portrait. This violence. No way.
Oh yeah, it's been going good, Stocks. I've been having a good Sunday. Had a good stream day yesterday with this game. Finished AC2 and then started this. It's always good to be able to finish one Assassin's Creed game and then jump into the next one on the same day. Stock, so you really want to grind out some revaluation streams, but the tower, revelation streams, but the tower defense makes you not want to really try it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I like the music in those, but I don't really like to do more than just what the game wants you to at the start. You know what I mean? Oh shit, there's something I forgot to actually change. Yesterday when I was streaming, I thought about the challenge and I realized that because I'm doing all the Leonardo war machines as part of the playthrough, it means that Leonardo will actually give us a parachute. And for this challenge, having no fall damage, I wanted to actually add a rule that I can't use parachutes once I actually get them. So I just need to go and fix that up right now, just so I don't forget later. Let's see, Ezio cannot take any fall damage from falling to the ground or any other surface. Falling to his death will also count as fall damage. The penalty for taking fall damage while inside a memory means a memory restart. Outside of memories, taking fall damage won't have any punishment attached to it, but it will still be added to the fall damage fail counter. To see the current count of how many times fall damage has happened, type !damage. Alright, so I need to add the rule that Ezio cannot use parachutes once unlocked. Boom, there we go. So that message should now be updated. There we go. Ezio cannot use parachutes once unlocked. And Stream Elements is still doing this very annoying thing where it still splits your message up, even though in the box, the text box, there's still plenty of characters left. Just don't understand why it's fucking doing that. It's just driving me nuts. It's becoming... You know how it's like when you have a fly that's in your peripheral vision and it just doesn't want to go away? That's how it feels like to me with the Stream Elements message automatically splitting itself in two like that. Gioco Massimo. Alright, we've got a thing here as well. Stock dudes, these Twitch bots need an overhaul. You hate using night bots so much. Yeah, see the thing with Stream Elements is it's never done this before. Recently there was some issues with the commands. Like you would put a command in and then it would repeat it. And then it started doing this thing, splitting the messages. Even when you have a lot of room left for more text. I mean, I don't have like a heap of room. I've got like 4 more characters that I could fit in, but even so, it shouldn't be splitting the message up like that.
Hold there.
Acts like he has Alzheimer's. Yeah.
Yes! There!
Something about
Make for the church.
Stoxy acts like he doesn't remember you. It's like, come on, bot. That drunken NPC. As much as I want to say,
Hey, you there!
Why do I think I know that?
Take him!
Innocent! I'm innocent!
Stop him!
Not
Order!
caused!
Stocks, you really want the OG name Stocks, but someone who hasn't streamed in 8 years has it? Oh no. That's so frustrating, especially if it's someone who hasn't actually done anything for years worth. Oh, that's a long time, 8 years.
You would let my children stand!
You there!
Are you
Pay
man
attention.
or monster?
I could have murdered you right now. Follow my lead at all times. I have experience with the assassins.
I've experience with the assassins. Boom. I'll say you do. Something I've noticed lately in this game is that enemies that are highlighted, when you're pushing towards them, Ezio will go for someone else in a chain kill. It's very annoying. Yeah, like you'd think that the person who has the channel, like if it's been inactive for so long, you would think that Twitch would send out a email automatically saying, like a heads up saying, you haven't used this account for many years, you know, do you still plan to use it? If not, then choose this option and we'll free it up again, or something like that, you know. Hey there, Ronnie. The Brotherhood's going pretty good. We haven't reached the point yet where we're recruiting, but we're getting rid of the Borgia influence. It's funny, there's a herald in this game that talks about how there was this statue performed, like this miracle performed, sorry, about the statue appearing on the blood, or something like that, or in the bread or something. This is really funny. Oh, that's right. They're talking about a statue that weeped blood, right? But instead of saying that the statue wept blood on the bread, they say the statue wept bread on the blood. I've always wondered if that was on purpose. As if to say, some players probably don't listen to what the herald's saying, so we may as well make them say gibberish sometimes. Hang on. There we go. Oh yeah, that gets me there. There we go. Stocks, Ezio does not like to use the pistol on the right people in AC2. It's a little bit annoying in that one because it's a bit slower. Ronnie, someone has your name as a Twitter handle. They have one tweet over 6 years ago. You wish you could get it. That'd be so good if you could, Ronnie. Like, I wonder if you can send an email to Twitter and see if they can send an email to them. Stock, your favourite part of this game is the villa being ruined. You really like the sanctuary. Oh yeah, at the start of the game, when it gets bombarded.
Special thrown in hand. Troubles between gangs of armed youth have led to death among our esteemed faithful visitors. Avoiding covered clothing and accessories while considering men.
You'd think someone would teach a lesson.
Oh yeah, Ronnie. Burning the Borgia towers are fun. I like the music that happens too when you do it.
Please, be civilized.
Stocks, in this speedrunners chat earlier, you were having a discussion about the Suicide Squad game coming up, and you don't like the idea of a battle pass included in the single player. Yeah, I mean, for people who love that kind of thing, fair enough if they get that to enjoy, but as a single player gamer, I'm not really enticed by things like that to actually get the game, you know. Like, I think Doom had one. Like Doom, actually, yeah, Doom 2016, I think it had one.
Looks rather risky. Make way for the Guardia a Cavallo!
Some people said that Rocksteady always make good games, but you can argue that the company has changed. Yeah, I mean, the only games of theirs that I've played is Batman Arkham Asylum, City and Night. I don't know what other stuff they might have done before those games, but I was hoping that they'd choose another DC character to actually do a game around. I was hoping for something like The Flash or Green Lantern, you know, something we haven't really seen before. I know that those characters have been part of games like DC Universe Online and stuff, but I mean like a fully 3D AAA approach to that character. You know, I was hoping for something like that. I mean, if you look at the combat in Batman Arkham games, you already have the fast-paced combat, right? So could you imagine being the Flash and doing these really cool speedster combinations? You know, just something different. That's what I was hoping for. Not this, you know, Suicide Squad kill the Justice League thing. The lead creative director has left, and so many other people have too. They made a throwaway game in 2005 and then the Arkham games. Okay, so yeah, one of those kinds of games where it's just, there it is, where it's not just it's not really that notable. I don't know who's doing it, but there's a Wonder Woman game that's coming out, and that's the thing I'm looking for with DC games. I want characters that aren't Batman. As much as I am a fan of Batman, I also want characters in their games to be, you know, their other major characters. You know what I mean? I just hope that the Wonder Woman game is good. Because if it is, I'll definitely be playing it. Cluster time. Yeah, you really want a Flash game that has a good storyline like the first 3 seasons of the CW show. Yeah, I never actually saw that show, but it does seem to have a lot of fans and things. And it's a character that I don't think has been done in video games as like a major title. You know, like he's been in games. Like he was even in Mortal Kombat versus DC, for example, but I mean an actual proper Flash game where it's, you know, a story-driven thing, you know, a decent amount of hours, that kind of stuff. And I think having the ability to go back in time and stuff would be cool too. There's just so much stuff that they could do with a character like that in a video game. Cluster 4.
Loading.
These intelligent workers have no self-control.
Loading. Scanning. 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 Scanning.
Apples, oranges, pears, cucumbers, radishes, carrots, spinach, dates, wood, juniper, steel, aluminum, water, rain, shanty, village, town, city, country, spring, summer, fall, winter, to walk, to sing, to dance, to play, to eat, to smile, to cry, to laugh, to kill, to see, to know, death, regret, love.
Loading.
Stocks, dude, Injustice 2 is so good, you're going to return to it. Your local arcade also has an Injustice 2 machine that gives cards and do the amount of money you've spent on it. Actually, I need to play those two games. I still haven't played Injustice 1 and 2. It is possible to invent a single machine which can be used to compute any computable sequence. I'm not interested in developing a powerful brain. All I'm after is just a mediocre brain.
Loading.
Alan Turing set out to solve the plight of the workers. M equals Q angled B, I don't know all these symbols.
Loading.
I just guessed those ones. Abstergo phone records, June 1954. Stocks Injustice 1 could fare well with a remaster, but you really like both of them. Yeah, when did that come out? That would have been 2013, wouldn't it, I think?
It's N. I need Turing done today.
Aren't we jumping the gun? You've already had him arrested and sedated.
He still refuses to follow the directive. He's actually trying to invent one of those infernal things instead of merely faking it for the newspapers. If he succeeds, you know what the mass unemployment generated by his robots will mean? Idle hands. We need to do this for the good of the people.
What about Keynes? He trusted Turing.
It's the greater good we're talking about here, V. Plus, a childless worker sends a bad message. We can't have them all stop reproducing.
Fine. It's your call.
I want it done like we did Harry Dexter White when he tried to warn the Soviets.
All right.
Be poetic about it. Maybe something from the Bible. Turing always was theatrical.
Loading. Quarantine zone. Quarantine lifted.
stocks 2011 to 2013. You forget, but the graphics didn't age well. Ah, I see, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with some games when there's a change in generations. Some do really well because they've gotten so used to the previous generation that they can really get a lot out of it, but then sometimes they're just a bit lazy because they're like, the next generation's coming around the corner, so we'll put more effort into that version. There we go, so we've got that done. Taking the safe way down. I like that message, how the Abstergo employee or Abstergo, whoever they are, like the actual person, I mean, whoever they are, the individual, talks about we can't have them all stop reproducing. Stocks AC1 looks better than a lot of these games that were last gen.
Stoke their anger and
Stoke their anger and focus their frustration. I don't know if I can do this tomb yet. Probably can't.
I say.
Excellent, we can access this one now. Cool. We'll do this too. There we go, Stocks. There's the Discord. The only socials I have for this channel is YouTube. I don't have Facebook or Twitter or Snapchat or TikTok or TokTik or Big Drig. Takes me enough to remember to post to Discord, let alone post to Twitter and all the other places. There we go, there's my YouTube. Wolves Among the Dead. Locate the follower's lair. Full synchronization, complete the memory within 8 minutes. Stocks, you're in the Discord, but like last year, you got really depressed and you just left all your servers. I'm subbed to you, YouTube. Oh, that's fair enough, Stocks, as well. You know, it's always good to take a break from things like that if you need to. But thank you so much for the subscribing as well. I appreciate it. Ronnie, yeah, you should totally integrate posting to Twitter and all that, but you never do. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's something that you can have that automatically posts, like, to everywhere. So that if you make one post somewhere, everywhere else gets updated as well. But I don't know. See, the thing is, like, there's nothing really different I could post on Twitter that I post, you know, in Discord. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like I'm a video producer making all this content, like, you know, music videos and tutorials and, you know, all this other stuff. So all I'd really be doing is just posting the same message everywhere. It's like, hey, come and watch me live, or don't, whatever you want to do. Gotta be careful in this tomb because if I take fall damage, I have to restart it from the start. And the last part of this tomb is annoying because you have all these enemies throwing shit at you and you have to climb this tower-like thing. So the potential to get hit and knocked off is very high. Plus, if I fall to my death without even hitting anything, that still counts as fall damage. The key thing with this tomb is always follow the torches. Especially in those maze-like areas.
I seek those who lead the followers of Romulus. Perfect. A route up if I fall.
Alright, this part's going to be fucking annoying. If I take any fall damage, I have to restart from the start.
Hear us, O Romulus! What must we do to this trespasser?
Do not listen. Only the Borgia speak through him, not your god.
Romulus says that the assassin must die!
You are... He's losing us! There! Get him! Now you die! I see him! There! Get him!
There we go. I took it a bit slower, but I'm glad that I did, because I made enough good time before getting there to not have to rush. So I could also get the optional objective of getting the tomb done in under 8 minutes, while making sure I don't take fall damage. The timer stops once you collect the item, so you don't need to worry about missing out on these treasure chests if you're running out of time. Just basically interact with the Romulus scroll, and then you'll be able to loot these chests and still get the optional objective done. Ronnie, you're pretty good about hitting up the going live in your own Discord, but you know there are other groups that encourage members of the community to post going live events with them. Yeah, that's true as well. You know, that's something even when I've been told, you know, hey, feel free to do that, I haven't actually taken it on board, because I just end up forgetting, you know, and it's just, you know, it's just so much stuff sometimes IRL that you're dealing with too. Yeah, you mostly have the same people in most of the time, and you're okay with that. You Crooked Lightus, maybe Mauler. Yeah, and it's definitely good to have that, you know. It's definitely good to have the core people as well, and then, you know, other people that join, it's awesome as well, you know. And not everyone can be like that too, you know. Some people follow you and then you never hear from them ever again, and that's fine. It's just part of streaming. If you're a streamer and you get caught up in that and you get upset, you're just going to be going around in circles. You know, it's like trying to make the ocean be completely still without nothing moving inside of it. It's just an impossible thing. Just appreciate the people that do, you know, follow your channel and support you. these Romulus guys are jerks. If you ever join a cult and a guy comes in and kills 20 of the other people, you'll just run away. Exactly. It's like, nah, this strategy of ours definitely isn't working, so goodbye, kind of thing. Alrighty then, so we've done 3 of the 6. %16.83%. Let's check Borgia influence. Right, we have 4 regions left. Alright. This one, we actually have to start this mission in order to deal with that Borgia Tower. But first, I'm going to do the missions involving the thieves. Which is over this way. And in this playthrough I'm going to be doing all the thief missions, all the courtesan missions, and all the mercenary missions as well. Ronnie, you love the little thing in Marvel Spider-Man when you go into the manhole and he picks it up with one web and closes it behind him with another. Nice animation. That's really cool. They could have just had him use his hands, but to actually have him use his spider web to do that, that's a really good idea. There's little details like that that people remember.
His mental health is questionable.
I like in this game that whatever the last horse was that you're actually on, when you whistle, that horse will come to you. I like how the thieves are like, it's payday, ragazzi. But killing these thieves is good. These bandits. Because you can get some good stuff from them. That's the second time, though, they've attacked in groups less than 4.
Ezio.
La Volpe. I'm surprised to see you.
And why have you appeared at my door? Wait, I know the answer.
You always do.
You want to put my spies to work?
Then join me.
In aiding Machiavelli? No, thank you. That man is a traitor to our order.
A serious allegation coming from a thief. What is your proof?
He was an ambassador to the papal court and traveled as a personal guest of Cesare himself. I also know he abandoned you right before the villa attack.
Machiavelli may not please all tastes, but he is an assassin, not a traitor.
I am not convinced. He is meeting someone in the Trastevere right now. Care to accompany me?
I will follow.
Double agent. Spy on Machiavelli with La Volpe and persuade La Volpe to rejoin the Brotherhood. Full synchronization. Do not be detected while reducing notoriety. Remain undetected until rejoining La Volpe at the Thieves Guild.
Dear Carol, how is that?
Hey, hey!
We don't.
Isn't that dangerous?
What do you make of that?
Volpe! My son Claudio has been injured!
They are going to shoot him. I will kill these. Go! Get the others!
Cut him off!
Quick, hide from the guards.
I cannot. They are going to kill me.
Pay attention, do what I do. Qui, let's do it.
Do give my best to your cugino.
No work to be found, nor money for food. The Giardino.
Funny cool.
Scegli.
Follow my...
Claudio! Molte grazie, messere.
Keep out of sight for a while. Intesi?
The guards are looking for you.
I see they have posters up.
Then rip them down. You can pay the heralds a few florins to silence them.
Or I can eliminate witnesses.
You know how to disappear.
Oh, that is impressive. Go away.
What a night this has been.
Volpe, listen to me. I know what we saw, but you have nothing to fear from Machiavelli. I am sure of it.
I have you to thank for saving Claudio's life. If you believe Machiavelli remains loyal to the Order, I trust you.
So, what of the thieves?
We had plans to repair this old building, but now that you and I are working together, I would like to know what you think.
We need to make sure the Borgias stay away. Perhaps it could look like an inn.
Yes. I like that idea.
Then I will make it so.
Nice piece of work. Adieu.
Welcome, Ezio, to La Volpe Addormentata.
The inn looks perfect. No one will ever suspect its real purpose.
The guild will be run from here. Visit me whenever you like. There might be objectives to pursue that will help our cause in the city.
I see you thieves compete against each other.
You can participate if you wish. Perhaps you will show them a thing or two. Ah, yes, I forgot. We also have gambling. It is a great source of income, especially since we ensure that the Borgia guards always lose.
One last thing. I need your spies to find the apple. It has been taken from me.
We are searching the city for it already.
Molto bene. Come to Isola Tiberina with your findings.
I shall.
I'll be coming back in here in a moment, because in this playthrough I'll actually be doing the thieves missions. If you only want to do the main story, then you only need to do that mission with La Volpe, and then you can go and do the other two missions that are available. At this point, once you do all the available thief missions, that's not all there is. More will actually be activated later.
Ezio,
You have need of my assistance.
the thieves in Roma are young, skilled but young, prone to rivalries.
Another gang.
The Centocchi, Cesare Borgia's bootlickers. They cause us significant trouble.
Where can I find them?
My thieves will show you.
Thieves. Filthy thieves. Alright, let me see here. Let's look at display. Alright, so Courtesan Thief assignments, Christina missions on, Leonardo machines on, Crude Assassin on, Viewpoint on, those are on, not worried about Templar lairs, or flags or feathers. Medical shop quest, don't need that. Doctors, blacksmith, bank, tailor. Leonardo. Oop. Pigeon coop tunnel entrance. Broken aqueduct. Locked by Borgia. Leave those other ones on. Alright. I like in games where you can do that. And I like it done that way. Like, I know that there's a lot of games now where you can cycle through options, but I prefer it when there's a permanent ability to actually say, I never want this icon to appear on the map, but I want all these other ones to. And I wish games actually did that, like games like Assassin's Creed Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. You can change what you see on the map to certain specific things, but only from a preset. You can't actually go in and say, hey, I don't want to ever see this icon at all. I just want to see these ones. You can't individualize them, which is ridiculous. You can also do guild challenges, but it's been a long time, I must admit, since I've done them. But I don't feel like doing them in an annual playthrough, so I'll leave them for another playthrough. I should actually. It's been quite a few years since I did a playthrough incorporating doing all the challenges during the game. So coming up on the channel on Monday, I have Resident Evil Remake, and I'll be doing a marathon of all the remakes, including the remake of 4. And then, once that's finished, what I'm actually thinking of doing is adding more Assassin's Creed days. So I want to add Mondays and Tuesdays to the schedule for Assassin's Creed. So it would be Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. But that's going to be after my Resident Evil Remake marathon's finished. That way, I'll be able to finish more games quicker in my annual series run of Assassin's Creed, because I've got a lot of stuff planned for Black Flag to celebrate its 10th anniversary, and one of the things that I need to do is get the annual series playthroughs, at least of Black Flag, done before a certain point, so I can then do my other playthroughs of Black Flag, because this time, to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary, I'm actually going to be doing multiple playthroughs throughout the year. But the first playthrough this year will be the annual series one.
Ezio, they said you were coming, but I did not believe it. The Cento Occhi have challenged us to a brawl. Little risk for them since they have greater numbers, but they will not be expecting you. They will arrive soon. Ready yourself.
Ready yourself. A clash of interests. A brawl is about to begin. Teach the Cento Occhi a lesson. Full synchronization. Survive the fight without any thieves being knocked out. Lucky, you can't remember where you saw it or if it's even true, but apparently Black Flag is getting a sequel. Yeah, it's getting a sequel in manga form, or what do they call it? I think there's a different word for it in other countries, but is a manhwa or something? But yeah, it's actually a sequel in like a comic book form. It's not going to be a video game. In a visual novel, is it? Yeah. So it's going to be one of those. It's not actually going to be a game that you can play, unfortunately. If they ever were to have done a sequel to Black Flag, it should be as a video game, and actually have it where you're in London as Edward, who by that point is now an assassin, officially, and they could tell a story ending with his death.
Get off me! Let me go.
Now you die!
Oh yeah, Lucky, I thought so too, as well. I mean, look, I don't mind that stuff in terms of like having Assassin's Creed content delivered that way, but when you're dealing with a major character in the series, I'd rather a new game. One of the things that Assassin's Creed has made a mistake with is assuming that every gamer is also a reader of comic books. And with that logic, they do stories in the comic books that also involve major characters. Like Juno, for instance. She actually gets killed, but you don't see it in a video game, it's in a comic book. That's the type of character that, if you're going to kill them off, and they've been a very prominent character for so many games, do it in a video game, don't do it in a comic book. And also what they do now is they do non-canon stories in the comic books, using characters that are actually canon characters, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's a waste of time. If you want to do a non-canon story, create a completely new character that doesn't have any ties to anyone that actually exists in the actual franchise, and then do whatever story you want. It's the same problem with the Assassin's Creed DLC for Watch Dogs Legion. You play as an assassin who is newly created, that's not in the series, which is fine, but the story is non-canon, so the fact that they reference heavily Edward Kenway and Evie and Jacob Fry is pointless, because the characters don't exist in the continuity of that new character that they created for that DLC. Like, there's so many things that Ubisoft could have done with so many characters, and yet when they do decide to do something with them, it's in some form that is just like, what's the point in doing it in that form? Like, there's been a few stories of Xiao Jun that are non-canon, and it's like, she's one of those characters that, for some people, might not be that important or that interesting, but the thing about her character is that there's so much you can still do with the character. There's heaps of characters, really. Like, I'd say that every game has a character that you can still do other games with, but they just don't do it. They just don't do it at all. Never. I don't expect them to do a trilogy with every character, but enough time has passed since they did the Ezio trilogy for there at least to be 2 games in a row where you play as the same protagonist, you know. But they just don't do it. They never do these things, you know. It's good to introduce new characters, but they fail to see the potential in doing that within another game that has another character that, like, that, you know, is about a character that's already had a game, you know. Like, you look at Basim, right, in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. He gets introduced in that game, and I would dare say that he's got a following as a character. So the fact that he's in the next game that they're doing, that's a good thing, you know. I don't know why they haven't done that with a lot of stuff. They could have done another Avaline game and introduce a new assassin in it, and that assassin could potentially have gotten a fan base who want to see them in their own game. You know what I mean? So there's just so many characters they could have done that with, but they don't do it. They just don't do these things. And if they do, as I said, it's a comic book, or it's a board game, or it's a card game, or it's a you know, pajama set or something. I don't know. Toilet paper. You know, it's never another actual game. But if it is, oh, it's some sort of, like, you know, small mobile game or something. Like, it's... They never ever do a fully fledged game with another character that they've already done anymore, and use that as a springboard to introduce new characters that then themselves could get their own game. Lucky, for sure. You think generally Black Flag is one of the most widely loved games among hardcore and casual AC fans. Edward was such an elite character and is probably the only other character that deserved more on game, like more than one game, like Ezio, Bayek 2 actually. Holy shit, give you an Ezio outfit onesie. Yeah, so that's the thing, and Black Flag does have people who don't like it. They just write it off as a pirate game with nothing to do with Assassin's Creed, even though if you actually look at the story and the characters, it has plenty to do with Assassins and the Creed. It's just telling you it from a different story, you know what I mean? I mean, it's just telling you, it's showing you the conflict through the eyes of someone who, you know, didn't actually know about it and is only learning about it, you know. Still has all the elements of an Assassin's Creed game. It's just that because they also added the ability to have a ship and there's ship missions and it's set in the pirate era, somehow that means that it's got nothing to do with Assassin's Creed anymore. It's like the general concept that assassins have existed in time periods like when the pirates, you know, the golden age of pirates. What are you going to do? Are you going to do an Assassin's Creed game set in that time period without going on a ship? No. It's like doing Assassin's Creed Origins without the desert involved. You know, you're going to have the desert in it. Because if you don't have it, people are going to be like, it's Egypt, where's the desert? We know that it's not completely desert. We know that there's more to Egypt than just that. But where is the desert part? You know, if you didn't have that in Origins at all, then it'd be like, what's the point in choosing that as a location if you're not going to show every facet of that area? You know what I mean? The only game in the series that I would say deserves to be considered not an Assassin's Creed game is Odyssey. Yet that gets a lot of praise as an Assassin's Creed game as well. And it's like you can't win sometimes. Which is why it's one of those things where there's no point getting too upset about criticisms towards stuff, because sooner or later something that that person loves is going to get criticized, and they're going to be in your position that you are in with the franchise that you like. You know, just keeps on going. It's a cyclical thing. But yeah, Bayek deserved another game. Amanette definitely deserved her own game. Aveline, Xiao Jun, Jacob and Evie, you know, you could have given them another one. You know, Arno, Connor, Edward. You know, there's so many characters that they could have actually done another game with, but they don't. And as I said, like, I don't expect every single character to get more than one game, but give them at least two, and then introduce a new character. And if people like the character, then do a game based on them. Like, for example, Revelations. You know, they could have easily done a separate game to Assassin's Creed 3, but was focused on Yusuf as a main character, and cover his life before Ezio arrived in Constantinople. You know what I mean? Like, things like that. That's why I think the Chronicles brand would have been a good banner for them to do those games under. Like, forget the actual 2.5D. I know that not everyone likes it about that. But what I'm saying is, keep the Chronicles name, but do side games. They don't have to be done in the same style as the Chronicles games that we got. But just keep the title, Assassin's Creed Chronicles, and then do other games with it that are smaller scale, and cover characters like Yusuf, cover characters like Amanette, Arno. You know, do things like that. You know, like, you're very surprised there wasn't another game for Connor. Like, it was a similar setup to Ezio, where you literally track his life from child to assassin. That's true, Lucky. You know, the only extra thing you get with Connor is in Assassin's Creed Liberation. There's a mission where Aveline meets Connor, and they both work together on a mission. And once you finish that memory, you can actually replay it, but as Connor this time, which I thought was cool. But it's something that, you know, they didn't carry on in other games in the series. Like, it would have been cool to have a memory where Arno and Connor, you know, get together, and you can play as both characters in the memory and experience it from both of their sides.
Ezio Auditore, Perdiana. I have heard stories about your speed. Let us see if you can match mine.
Up to speed. Defeat the upstart thief at his own race. Full synchronization. Complete the course in under 60 seconds. take the easy way down. The safe way down. Doing this no fall damage challenge. It's good to be extra careful. Alright, so that's the only... oh no, it's not. Sorry. There's one over this way. Lucky if I could give me an Assassin's Creed that's like Lego games, where you can just switch between all the characters as and when you like. Wouldn't even be shocked if that was on the cards. You know, I get what you're saying, like you want a game that is like the Lego games where you can switch characters like that, which I would love to see too. That'd be cool actually. But also to actually have a Lego Assassin's Creed game. I think there's enough characters that you could do it. Like, you think about the main characters alone, but then you think about the supporting characters. You know, you look at Ezio's supporting characters alone. You know, you've got Machiavelli, you've got Giovanni, Federico, Petruchio, Claudia, you've got Mario, you know, you've got La Volpe, you've got Paola. You've got, there's just so many characters across the franchise that you could literally make a Lego Assassin's Creed game and have enough characters to basically, you know, cover what they have in those games where they do have heaps of characters, you know. Lucky hell, yes, you want to play as Uncle Mario. That'd be so cool to do that. And it would be funny if there was actually an outfit you could unlock, which was actually Mario's plumbing outfit. I know that they'd have to get the rights from Nintendo to do that, but I think that would be very, very funny. Actually, you know what? I'm surprised that since Ubisoft collaborates with Nintendo on the Rabbids thing, it would have been funny to have a Mario outfit for Uncle Mario. Someone should mod that. They should mod an outfit for Mario in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood where it's literally him wearing Mario's overalls and everything with the cap. You would pay so much money for that game. Yeah, you know, and it'd be a fun thing. Like, it's not... It wouldn't be something that you would expect to be canon or anything like that, but, you know, you definitely get a lot out of a game like that. Lucky, you mean they did slip the "It's a me, Mario" line into 2 when you meet him. Exactly. That was so cool. I still remember the first time hearing that. I just absolutely cracked up when I played that game for the first time when it came out and got up to that part. "It's a me, Mario."
Ezio, you must have my brother, Aldo. Those banditti took him. Please, he only picks pockets. He has never harmed anyone.
Lost Pup. Rescue Aldo from the Cento Occhi gang. Full synchronization, save Aldo in under 2 minutes. Lucky you completely forgot it was the thing and you lost your mind when you replayed it recently. Cool. That would have been good to kind of experience it for the, like, almost for the first time again, you know? Because there's so much stuff that you just get so used to hearing it and seeing it that it's very hard to recreate that feeling that you had when you first experienced it. So the timer doesn't start until you actually start attacking these enemies. Usually I do this when I have the Arrow Storm ability because it makes it easier, but I think I'll still be able to manage without it. Hey, Ezio. The dude with the crossbow. The dude with the crossbow. No, the dude with the fucking crossbow, you cunt. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck this. Fuck you. Have some bullets. I hate in any game that exists when your inputs aren't accepted by a game. So I don't know how many times I was holding the control stick in the literal direction of the crossbow dude, and Ezio still kept attacking the dude that was in front of him. Oh. Lucky, you agree. Big reason when you're holding off for a long time before you play Odyssey again. Absolutely adore that game and really want to experience it again. You remember getting so excited and giddy when you go to Ithaca and Odysseus' villa right at the start of the game. Yeah, that kind of stuff in that game was really cool. To have things like that brought into it. And it really, you know, adds some flavor to it also.
Help, I'm sure. But how? What can we do?
Kill him!
Nail that bastard!
Prompt to talk, thank you.
Grazie a Dio! Grazie a Dio!
Lucky they did dive into ancient Greek source material so well. Have to give the devs a lot of credit for that. You get the whole it's not a true AC game view, but for someone that just loves ancient Greek history, it is so spot on. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, there's so much about that game that, as a game that is set in that time period and all that, it is a great game in that respect. You know, but yeah, it's definitely not an Assassin's Creed game. They really should have come up with another title for it. Even if it was a very, like, on-the-nose title like Odyssey, an Assassin's Creed story, or something. But I guess even then, putting the words Assassin's Creed anywhere in the title would make people be like, oh, this is going to be a good Assassin's Creed game. It's like Odyssey, Rise of the Mystios or something, I don't know. Okay, so we've done that Thieves Guild mission. Which means, I think we've done all the guild's missions that we can at the moment. That is. Just want to check something. Alright. So we're going to do the barracks next. And we're right near that, so that's good timing. That way we'll be able to reunite with Bartolomeo. And once we've done this initial mission, I'll be able to do the mercenary missions.
Ah, go on, Batman. Build Rome all you want. You can do it within a day.
That's a good one, Hippie. Thanks for redeeming that with that. Thank you. How's it going, dude?
Ezio Auditore! Come in, come in! I'll kill you if you don't.
Bartolomeo.
Wait here. You have to meet my wife. Fantasilea! Fantasilea! Where is she?
Did you check behind the table?
Ah, here she is.
Lieta di conoscervi.
Charmed. Truly.
Now, we talk about war.
How was the fight against the French?
Bene. My men are holding their own.
Machiavelli seemed to think things were more difficult.
You know Machiavelli.
Abbiamo bisogno del vostro aiuto!
Scusatemi. Throw me Bianca.
Ezio, let me get straight to the point. The fight is not going well. We have been attacked on both sides. Borgia on one, French on the other. But know this. The Borgia position is weak. If you can defeat them, we can concentrate our forces on the French front.
I think I know a way to help. Thank you for disclosing this to me, Madonna Dalviano.
It is the least a wife can do to help her husband.
Between a rock and a hard place, eliminate the Borgia captain sending his troops to attack the barracks so the mercenaries can focus entirely on the French assault. Full synchronization, kill only the Borgia captain. Yeah, lucky, Lego Bartolomeo as well. See, there's just so many characters that they could do in an Assassin's Creed Lego game. Fully invested in a Lego AC game now, why do you do this to yourself? I don't blame you at all, Lucky. But yeah, that'd be cool. And then that way you can have, like, you know, so many characters interacting with each other that normally wouldn't.
Someone stop their leader before he gets to the tower!
Hey there, Templar. How's things? Like, you're gonna write a strongly worded email to Ubisoft. It's like, give us a Lego Assassin's Creed game. Oh, really, Templar? Oh, damn. I hope you get better soon. You had a bad fever while you were gaming with your friend last night. Oh no. Sorry to hear about that, dude. I hope that you feel better soon. Oh, really, Templar?
Ezio! We sent those luridi codardi running for the hills!
Yes, we did.
Now that the Pope's dogs have fled, I will be able to draw more men to the fight. But first I want to reinforce our barracks.
Who will take care of this?
I'm no good with these things. You are the educated one. You approve the plans.
Va bene. But in return, I need to know Cesare and Rodrigo's every move. Can your men keep track of them for me?
Of course.
Templar, you don't remember a word you said, but you recorded everything. You were yelling how you were a thinker and a genius, how you were the next Copernicus, Leonardo, Galileo. You said your theory on how fans and vents are always dirty for always blowing out air. You then yelled at said vent and fan demanding answers. You somehow incriminated yourself in every way except saying something like, "You fucking love you, Brianna." It's cool that in the Assassin's Creed Embers animated movie, they actually recreate certain characters from the game Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, like the architect there.
Isn't she a thing of beauty?
Very impressive.
More men join us every day. It has become very competitive, which is just the way I like it. As you can see, this board shows the ranks of our top warriors. Prove your skills, and you will move up the list.
Shouldn't I already be at the top?
Jan's fighting downstairs.
If you're looking to show off, we also have fights. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got money on this match.
Where is Bartolomeo?
At the fight downstairs.
He has such an aggressive view of the world. However, strategy is equally important. Take these carrier pigeons, for example. Each one sent from Machiavelli bears the name of an important Templar in Roma. Eliminate them, and you will have more of an impact than a battle ever could.
Thank you, Madonna. Can you ask Bartolomeo to come see me at Isola Tiberina with a report about Cesare and Rodrigo's whereabouts?
He will be there.
Alright, so now we'll do the assassination contracts that we can do up until this point. I don't trust dropping down from that side. I'll go down this way instead. Templar, then there was the part you were saying how women don't want you and you want a nice girl that will stab you, and there were a few parts you started vomiting. You don't remember anything. You just remember waking up this morning with your headset still on, your PS4 on, and at the you've been kicked for an activity screen on GTA Online and a trash can full of puke. Ah, wonderful. Tactical correction. Cesare has called one of his chief tacticians back to Roma. He is a valuable asset, so the Captain General has provided a horse and an escort. I suspect neither will be a problem. Niccolo. Yeah, Templar. Sounds like quite the time. Yeah, lucky, so it's this game that you get the parachutes. Once you actually do all of his war machines, that's the gift that you get given. But in this playthrough, I can't use it unless I'm forced to. There's actually a race that you do, and I'm doing them because it's one of those side missions related to one of the thieves guilds or something. There's actually a race where you have to use a parachute. There's no way to win it otherwise. So I'll have to use a parachute for that part. However, any other part outside of that, I'm not allowed to use the parachute. So I can't just jump off a high building and then use a parachute and get safely to the ground. Hey there, Afro. Welcome on in. Still no fall damage, very nice. Yeah, and I've just done that. I did that tomb not long ago. The one where you have the thing that you have to climb in the center of the room, and you have the Romulus guys throwing shit at you and attacking you. I didn't even take any fall damage then, which is where I thought I would. But I just took... I got to that point very quickly, because the optional objective I needed to get as well, which was to do it in under 8 minutes. So I got to that part with still plenty of time left, so I just took my time and killed each enemy as I went up. And I had enough time left after that to get the Scroll of Romulus, so that was good. Templar, I love how your mind refuses to incriminate yourself to female friends no matter what. Yeah, especially when you were feverish. Ironically, it might be quicker to actually run than to use the horse.
Get him! Now, finish him! Your culo is mine!
Yeah, exactly, Templar. It's good when that kind of stuff happens, because you don't want to say things that you're going to regret in a way that's more than just being embarrassed about it. Like, you love the parachute. Climbing up the Castel di Sant'Angelo and parachuting off was so fun, even if it took 1,000 years to make it to the top. Yeah, that's 100% true. You know, it was definitely worth that climb. And nowadays, obviously, games have better draw distance than a 2010 game. But at the time, it was, you know, just really cool visual to climb up to the top of that and see the tallest part of the whole game. Templar, I love how in AC2 to Rogue the hidden blades were the most OP weapon. Yeah, it's interesting too how they made it that you didn't need to select your hidden blade anymore. After Black Flag, when it came to Assassin's Creed Unity and onwards, you didn't have to worry about switching to the hidden blade. As long as you were close enough to the target, that's what weapon would be used if you press the assassinate button. Afro, kind of sad you no longer can use the hidden blade as a weapon, like fight with it all out. Yeah, that's something that is good to be able to do in the earlier games. use it actually in combat.
Madonna, has Machiavelli sent word?
Yes. The pigeons deliver the names of key papal agents. The Jubilee has brought pilgrims to Roma, their money taken by the church in exchange for absolution. Threat of damnation terrorized those reluctant to pay. The agents' collections go directly to Cesare.
I will make money the least of their worries.
Templar, after Rogue, they just became an assassination tool instead of a weapon. Yeah. Afro, you mean with Unity it made sense why you can't, because the hidden blade was so small and thin, same with Syndicate you suppose. Yeah. Still, would have been cool to have it in combat again, as an option. Templar, you want your damn hidden blades as weapons back? Yeah. Like, come on Ubisoft. Mission. Two's company. In an attempt to scare the citizens of Roma, the Borgia have hired 2 notoriously cruel guards to beat up anyone they see. Remove them from the streets to give the people hope. Niccolo. Full synchronization. Kill both targets with your hidden blade. Can do. Like, has there been any news about when the Ubisoft showcases this year? The only thing that I've seen them talk about is doing something around the same time that E3 normally happens. But who really knows specifically what? I mean, there are people who have released information in the past that ends up being true. But then you got a lot of people as well who make up stuff that aren't really in a position to have any contacts to get, you know, sort of like, leaks is not the right word because it's not always a leak. That's the source of it, you know what I mean? But let's just say someone making YouTube videos at home who doesn't have any sources within the industry isn't going to be giving you information that's going to be even remotely true. So, you know, people who work in the industry and have contacts in the industry are more likely to have correct information, even if it's only rumored.
Rome stirs from its lethargy.
Templar still waiting for Mirage, Ubisoft. Yeah, and people are still waiting for the Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake. And people are still waiting for Skull and Bones. Been so many games. But if they showed some gameplay footage of Mirage, that would be good. Really just blue-balled us. Especially considering they have pre-orders out already for Mirage. Like, if Mirage was an animated movie and they just showed us that cinematic trailer, then yes, I could understand people pre-ordering it if they got a bonus with the movie. But we're talking about a video game here, and last time I checked, video games had a thing called gameplay, which, if you're gonna sell a game, is kind of important to actually show. Templar, no they don't, not on the console stores at least. Yeah, I don't know about the consoles, but they definitely do have I'm pretty sure pre-orders already for Mirage. I mean, they even advertised it in the cinematic trailer, I think. Lucky, not sure how you missed the 3.5-minute Mirage trailer. Yeah, that doesn't exist yet. No worries, Lucky, I'll see you when you get back. But yeah, all this talk that Ubisoft is saying about Mirage, it's gonna have more advanced parkour again. Like, I'll believe it when I see the gameplay footage of it. Thanks. Not just someone talking about it. Can't believe Microsoft and Sony won't put that shit on the store yet. Boom. Done. I really do hope that if what Ubisoft is saying about the parkour is actually true, because if it is, and the game actually is really, really good, then I do want it to succeed. And I definitely will buy it, but for me to buy Mirage, I need to know everything about what happens in the game as well. So that's why when it comes out, I'm going to watch other people play it. And if the story goes in a direction where it's like, what the fuck are you doing, Ubisoft? Like, Basim starts flying around on a magic carpet or some bullshit, for example, then I'll be like, yeah, no thanks. I want a fantasy game that is set in that kind of, you know, location. I'd rather a Prince of Persia game. Templar, they're like, nah, not after that shit with Valhalla 2 years ago. Did you hear they're supposedly downsizing the map? Yeah, which can be a good thing if the map was too big, but it can be a bad thing if the map wasn't that big at all. So I don't really know how to feel about that. Yeah, Afro and Isu Genie, yep, exactly. You know, if they're going to throw that shit at us in Mirage, then it's like, nah. Serf's turf. Farmers have a hard enough time turning a profit in times of war, but Romans must deal with the Borgia taking their hefty share. Put an end to this injustice. Niccolo, full synchronization. Assassinate 3 guards with the hidden blade. And the funny thing is, Ubisoft talk about how they're going back to the roots with Mirage, yet Basim is going to have an eagle companion. Now, look up in the sky. Anyone see an eagle following Ezio around? No? Same with Altair. Like, there are eagles in these games, don't get me wrong. But can you control the eagle and fly around as it? No. So if they're going back to the roots of the series, why are they including something that came into the series in 2017, 10 years after the first game came out? This is when you know they're just saying that stuff for buzzwords and hype. Oh, hang on, that's right, I used the hidden blade. On 3 of them, that is, I forgot. So, we still have a few targets. One that's unaware of me. Over somewhere, at least. Out of the way, horse. Out of the way, priest. Or whoever you are.
I hope you did not have anything important to do. Your daughter really enjoyed having Projecto.
The way he friggin' slid on the ground. Wait.
I will prepare you anything.
Lapdogs! Your master is the devil himself!
Out of my way. Come on.
Going somewhere.
There we go. We at least killed 3 of them with that. With the hidden blade. Definitely disappointed because that means less of Baghdad for you to explore. Hey yo, fuck that eagle bullshit, you want eagle vision. Yeah, well apparently he also has that too. That's something I forgot to mention. Basim not only has an eagle companion that you can control, but he has traditional eagle vision as well, which makes me think, why have the eagle companion then? But oh, that's right, they don't want to let go of a gameplay mechanic that they've used as a crutch. Like, don't get me wrong, I love using Senu in Origins. Ikaros is cool in Odyssey, and I like using the Raven in Valhalla. But does every single Assassin's Creed game for 20 years on from now have to have an eagle companion? No. You know, it's just like, sometimes there's overusing a gameplay mechanic. Like, if they were going to have an eagle companion that was a press of a button thing, like, let's say you wanted to steal something from someone, right? And they were high up on a building. If your character had a pet eagle, then they could get that eagle to steal that item for you. You know, stuff like that I could understand, but having an eagle that you control just like in the other games is just like, no. Not every single game in the series has to have that from now on. Afro, what was the point of eagle anyway? What was the wrong with eagle vision? The pure AI chaos, the good old days. Exactly, Afro. That's it. You know, big chaotic AI and all that kind of stuff going on. It's funny when the NPCs that are helping you also hit you too. It's like, come on. But that's true, Afro. Like, I didn't even realize that the Eagle Companion idea was actually something in Far Cry Primal until I saw Crooked play it. Then I was like, ah, so that's where they got the idea for Assassin's Creed Origins to use the Eagle Companion. They got it from Far Cry. Like, interesting. At least I think it was Far Cry Primal that had the eagle. Lucky the cinematic trailer has you sucked right in. Yeah, I mean, it is a great trailer. Like, it's absolutely great. I just wish they would release a gameplay trailer. It doesn't even have to be a trailer. It could be like a behind-the-scenes video showing some performances from the actors, and then show us the in-game gameplay of them as the character going around, you know, in the game. You know, like, show us the behind-the-scenes of the actors performing the cutscene, then show the cutscene, and then after the cutscene's finished, show the actual gameplay portion where you're playing the mission, you know, that was set up. At least do something. You know, show something. You know, it's just, don't know why they don't do this shit. And three's a crowd. Chesley hopes that our rebels will stumble into his line of fire. His expert gunmen wait, instructed by their master to shoot unsavory targets on sight. Blind them to further our cause. Niccolo, full synchronization, kill 3 targets within 2 minutes. Templar, they're good, but are they really useful for a game supposedly going back to the roots when it's not needed? Exactly, Templar. To me, going back to the roots of something means anything new that isn't gameplay improvements. Like gameplay improvements, sure, have them in it. But if you're going back to the roots, there's elements that you need to still do. And if you're doing an element that was introduced in a later game that's not really intrinsically improving things, then there's no point putting it in, because you're not going back to the roots then as well. It's like with Dead Rising 4. Like, I don't know many people who are watching who play Dead Rising games, but in Dead Rising 1, 2, and 3, there's these characters called psychopaths. And what you would do is, you had the main story. You could also just mess around, kill zombies, and level up and all that type of stuff. You didn't have to do the missions if you didn't want to. But anyway, you had psychopaths, and they were like bosses. And what would happen is, you'd come across one, and then there'd be this really cool or bizarre or weird or funny cutscene that would introduce them to you, and then there'd be a fight. And once you killed them, there'd be another cutscene showing you how they actually get killed, in humorous and bizarre and weird ways. So they did that for the first 3 games, right? When the 4th game came around, Capcom Vancouver was like, we're going back to the roots of the series. What did they forget to put in the game? Psychopaths. So it's like, if you're going to go back to the roots of a series, don't just cherry pick certain aspects that were in the previous games. You know, actually take every core element. And to me, the psychopaths in Dead Rising 1, 2, and 3 were a core element. So you would think in Dead Rising 4, they would carry that through. But what they do instead is they have glorified mini-bosses that basically you walk into the area and you're already fighting them, and then once they're dead, there's nothing, you just continue on. It's like, it's lifeless, ironically, a zombie game, you know. But the thing about the psychopaths, as I said in the previous games, was that you got some kind of spectacle out of them. And once you defeated them, you got to see this cool cutscene. And they became very memorable. So I don't know why in the 4th game they didn't include them, but that's an example of a company saying we're going back to the roots, but they're not really delivering on that promise. So that's why I'm a bit skeptical when Ubisoft say they're going back to the roots of the series when there's no actual gameplay to back that up with. Lucky, imagine they had that mechanic for Syndicate flying around with a mangy ass pigeon would be hilarious. Make it shit on people as it flies by. Afro, how can an eagle tell me anyway how many guards are there, where are they, etc. Realism, hello. Yeah, it's like the eagle just speaks. Something that's not really communicated that well in the games though, is the fact that when you use Senu, when you use Ikaros, and when you use Sunan, it's more than just seeing through the eyes of the eagle, us as the player. The actual character is also seeing through the eagle's eyes. So it's not really conveyed that well with the series, but it's actually something that is happening. So every time you use those animals in those games, what they're seeing, Bayek is seeing, Aya is seeing, Eivor is seeing, and Cassandra Alexius is actually seeing as well. But they don't really communicate that too well. But another character in the lore of the series who has that is Connor's daughter. He ends up having a daughter. And in a comic book, I think it is, they show that she actually has the kind of eagle vision that is literally seeing through the eyes of an eagle, instead of the traditional kind of thing. But anyway, it's kind of like, we've done the bird thing 3 times. Can't we just do another Assassin's Creed game without the bird mechanic? Templar, the birds are only useful because the maps are so big and because of how different the gameplay is. Then yes, they're useful for finding stuff or scouting an area. Yeah, exactly, Templar. You know, maybe for the big, massive open world games they're good, but not for a smaller scale game. Pardon me. Like, you're hoping by going back to the roots they stick to the OG weapon wheel, give you a sword, dagger, hidden blade, and throwable. That's it. No dual wield, no shield, no bows or guns. Blind guards by pigeon shit. That's true, yeah. Have them do that on their eyes. That'd be so cool. But yeah, that'd be good to have. You know, just go back to some basics. Not every game has to reinvent the wheel. Templar Pigeon just yells, "You bloody fucking wanker." Afro, yeah, but how is that happening? They don't explain it. Eagle Vision was just 6th sense. Good explanation, we accepted, made sense. Yeah, I'm not really too sure, Afro, why. Because when you play Assassin's Creed Odyssey, for example, the Legacy of the First Blade, the Fate of Atlantis, Poseidon says something about how Ikaros is more... he says it's more than just your vision through the eyes of the eagle, or something like that. Templar, you don't need a bird for finding stuff on a smaller map, you can find it yourself. Exactly. So yeah, who knows what they're doing. Sometimes I actually feel like who actually cares what they're doing. Because that's where I'm at now with the series. Like, if I'm not pleased with the story that I find out about, and the gameplay is crap, then I'm not going to bother buying it.
You shouldn't be here.
Got to be careful here of fall damage. There we go, done.
Almost looks real.
I like how that NPC doesn't believe what he's seeing when Ezio is doing this. Okay, any more assassination contracts available at the moment? No. Alright, that's not the map, I don't want that. Back, back, back. Alright, I've done all the currently available ones. Same with the thief missions. Alright, so we are close to the courtesan building, so that's where I'll be heading next in the story.
He is too good. A true
We
inspiration.
cannot catch him. He is too good. We're in sequence 3. I think I exited the Animus to check for dialogue. Just want to double check.
Don't stand up too fast.
I'm busy right now.
I'm kind of busy here. Focusing on this.
No, that's good.
Baby's all ready for you.
Because after we do this next memory, that should be sequence 3. Well, I might have to go to Tiberina first. But anyway, we're getting close to finishing sequence 3. So when sequence 3 is done, that's when I'll exit the Animus and get more dialogue. There's only one instance where you won't get new dialogue after a sequence is finished. But I can't remember which one that is, so I'm just going to do it anyway after every sequence is finished.
He is too good. A true inspiration.
You lost your mind?
Oh yeah, Lucky. Yeah, I might let that one actually remain picked up. But I get what you mean though. You know, you can't get full damage if a pedestrian on the way down gets jumped on. Templar, controversial, but Revelations is still your favorite game in the Ezio trilogy. Definitely don't consider that controversial, Templar, that's for sure. Because Revelations is a really, really good game. I really like that game a lot.
Lovely tight pants. You heard the Araldos?
Yeah, Lucky. Thanks for your understanding. But yeah, I still wanted to respond to your comment though that got flagged, because while the word that was used is a word that I, you know, definitely don't want to let through, the rest of your message was fine.
I dreamt I was...
Templar, Revelations give you a taste of everything for the classic Assassin's Creed games. Yeah, I really like how they tied things back to Altair. Like, I mean, they've always tied things back to Altair, but what I mean to say is Revelations actually focuses strongly, entirely its story on that kind of idea. Maybe not 100% of the story, but you know what I mean. There's a really strong focus on Altair in that game.
Welcome to the Rosa in Fiore, stranger.
Salve. Would you be kind enough to call the owner for me?
Madonna Solari is not in.
Do you know where she is?
I...
Aiuto! Aiuto! Madonna Solari!
Oh, Lucia! We thought you were gone for good.
The men took us on a ship. They released me, but she...
Who took you on a ship?
Slave traders, Messere, near Isola Tiberina. They want coin in exchange for her life.
I will get her back.
High stakes negotiation. Deliver the money necessary to save the mistress of the Rosa Infiore from the slave traders holding her captive. Full synchronization, do not swim. For those who didn't know, I did a playthrough of Assassin's Creed 2 for my annual series, where I couldn't actually swim. There were some moments in the game where I was allowed to, but in other moments I wasn't allowed to have Ezio swim. So I'm kind of reliving that in this game, but just with this particular memory where we're not allowed to swim. Originally I was going to do that challenge with this game, but I decided to do it with AC2 instead because I felt that there's a lot more water hazards in that game than there is in this one. It's like, we need 2,500 florins for the mission. How much does Ezio have? 42,415. I think we'll do fine. That's okay, Lucky. You just never know. You know, everyone's not a mind reader, so that's definitely no worries. Templar, a little bit of Ezio, some romance, good and charismatic characters, some Altair, good stories that finally tie together in the end in this perfect grand final cutscene. It's kind of the best when you think about it. Well and truly, it really is. And that whole ending sequence is just so phenomenal. Like, it's still very epic all these years later. Exactly, Lucky, it really is. You know, you're talking about a whole city that is literally surrounded by water, but it also has all these canals and everything. But the funny thing was, out of the 5 times I accidentally had Ezio swim, only 2 of them were actually in Venice, which is kind of funny. I was expecting to have more, and I was also expecting the majority to be in Venice. But I think these kinds of challenges, they're kind of light challenges in the sense that they're not going to make you, they're not going to make the game, you know, 10 times longer or something by actually doing them, which suits the annual series run fine this year because I want to get through the games relatively quickly.
Are you here for the whore?
Are you daddy me?
I have your money.
Let her go. No! Take it up with Cesare.
Templar, it's a perfect moment when Desmond, Altair and Ezio are finally able to come together and meet, which makes you wonder, is Altair's skeleton still just chilling in that vault? That's a good question actually, because we never go there in present day to find out, so I wonder if it actually is. Actually, that makes me think it would have been cool if, based on those memories that Desmond experienced later, after the events of Assassin's Creed 3, that William Miles was actually reviewing, after Desmond died of course, it would, you know, be difficult for him to experience memories that Desmond experienced, knowing that he's dead, but, I mean, would have been interesting given the fact that current versions of the Animus, you can take a single element of someone's DNA and that can be your source to experience their memories. They could quite easily get a an example of DNA tissue from Altair's skeleton to get even more memories of his. So even though I've killed the targets, I still need to not fall in the water. Lucky, out of respect, they should have put Desmond's body to the vault, keep the skeleton build up going. Yeah, that's the thing, like, I don't understand why they didn't take Desmond's body with them when they left. Because it's not like the place is crumbling on them, or anything like that. So they could have actually taken his body afterwards, so that Abstergo wouldn't touch it, or get their hands on it. But I guess when they were writing that story, because they wanted it to carry on, obviously, they probably felt that having them take the body would mean that the Templars couldn't get it. But, I don't know. But you make a great point, though. Templar, I think it's only fitting Altair is given the proper assassin ceremony. Move Ezio Skeleton in 2 and Edward and Connors. Yeah, I mean, I guess there's also the fact of, you know, they might not want to do that because they want to preserve, and out of respect, they don't want to do that. But then again, people also, you know, make sure that the body of a loved one who lived in a faraway country gets brought back to their homeland and gets buried there, so you could definitely incorporate that. I think the thing with present day is that after 3 they were kind of lost as what they should do with it. And the easy way to get around that was to just create a character that you don't know, you never see, you never hear them. And that's what they came up with for a few games. As much as I know people hate Layla, for me, the only misstep in her story is Odyssey. That's the only point in the trilogy of Layla's story in present day that I actually felt they messed up with. And it's partly the dialogue choices. I think for present day at least, in Odyssey, having no dialogue choices in present day would have been better. Like in Mass Assassin Grave, then in AC 2050 there's some mad technology where they can extract DNA from all of the bones and make a super assassin. Assassin's Creed, super assassin. Templar, you think it's because the Templars were moving in fast, because in Rogue we see them getting his body clearly not too long after he died because he hasn't started to decay and his burns are still fresh. That's actually something that you could say is why they didn't do that. The fact that there was a time pressure.
Mother? Sister?
Ezio. Sir Machiavelli said that you might be here.
What are you doing in Roma? Has Firenze been attacked?
No, or rather, I do not know. We did not go to Firenze.
Why?
Ezio, we want to help.
I was trying to help you by sending you to Firenze.
Where is Madonna Solari?
She's dead.
Merda. What now? Will we have to close?
You cannot close. I need your help.
Messere, without someone who can run things, we're finished.
I'll do it.
You do not belong here, Claudia.
I know how to run a business. I ran on Commerios for years.
This is different.
What alternative do you have, Ezio?
You do this, Claudia, and you are on your own.
I've been on my own for 20 years.
Fine. I intend to repair the brothel. This place is a real mess, and I want your courtesans to find Caterina Sforza.
You can count on us.
Templar, because you know their asses knew something was going down that they could even find the vault, let alone get in. Yeah, that's true as well. I am Altair, Ezio, Connor, Edward, Desmond, Auditore, Miles. You killed my predecessor. Big mistake. It's funny how the image of the architect has him with a beard and mustache, yet none of the architects in this game actually have a beard and mustache. They just have a mustache like this dude.
Grazie. Addio.
Welcome to the Rosa in Fiore. As you can see, the most popular brothel in Roma.
My money went well invested.
Here, I keep a list of the skills taught to my girls.
You're not teaching them much.
Think you could do better?
Nessun problema.
Ezio, the Borgia make it difficult for Claudia's girls. There are several things you could do that would aid them.
I will keep that in mind. Anything else?
No. Ezio,
Did you find Caterina?
we are working on it.
Bene. Come to see me at Isola Tiberina with her location.
Templar, they might have detected when all the batteries were powering the vault and sent all nearby agents to close in ASAP. Yeah, it definitely makes sense, and they already knew that they were up to something anyway because of what happened when Desmond goes and kills goes and rescue William Miles and kills Warren the Dickhead. Yeah, lucky, that's what they did. They were like, oh, we don't like the photo that was taken of us, so we'll just do this.
Buongiorno, madre.
Ezio, thank you for coming to see me.
What troubles the courtesans?
The old proprietor of this brothel, Madonna Solari, was a cheat and liar. Her ties to the church have been uncovered. Worse, several of those who work for us sleep with the enemy still.
I will find them.
Visit the girls I trust. They will help you. Grazie, Ezio.
Let's do some drunk watching. Templar also makes sense because we never see Rebecca's animus ever again. That is true. Exactly, they must have confiscated that as well. It's all the Abstergo models. Yep. Exactly, Lucky. A brothel with ties to the church. I don't imagine that that's related on any true, actual thing from history, I bet. Yeah, and I'm a billionaire. Feebler, what's up, man? You just gonna lurk around here? Not too much, Feebler. Welcome on into you. Just going through doing some courtesan assignments now. Been focusing on doing a lot of side stuff in this game. I did a playthrough of this in January, but in that playthrough all I did was the main story and the tombs, and that was it. So for my annual run I wanted to do a lot more than that. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk though, Feebler. Like, he definitely jokes that you shouldn't make around that. Oh, it's just one of those things where, you know, like, you'd have to be naive to think that there's not any organization on Earth that has ties to some kind of, you know, component of, I guess, debauchery, if you want to, you know, use that word as an umbrella term. It's like companies that send their employees away on holidays sometimes. You don't think there's, you know, some employees that are, you know, even with spouses going behind their back and, you know, cheating on them while they're away at work. You know, like, it's naive to think that none of that goes on, you know. Feebler, that's nice. You love this game a lot. Hope you enjoy. Yeah, it's so good, Brotherhood. I like the addition of the assassin recruits too. It's so cool, especially the Arrow Storm. I love using that. It's a bit OP, but I still have fun using it though.
Ezio, I entertained Barbarisi ambassadors last night. They must have poisoned me. How? We drank from the same cup. I don't remember what happened next. Come, we must find them.
Sherbot, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you very, very much. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to you, and welcome to your raiders as well. I hope everyone's doing good. Hope you had a good stream. Lucky, there's the saying that it's the oldest profession. That is true. That is very true, you know. But yeah, I think it's naive to think that there's none of that going on and that there's no tie, you know, like, because you don't know what's happening behind closed doors with some companies too, as well. They both have like a, you know, a public face and things like that. Papa Turtle, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. It was very fun. You were playing Jackbox games. Also, whoops, your mods are mad at you. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, that's weird. Like, I had you as a blocked thing, but only because I think I saw you in the user list. Sometimes I look at the user list, and I must have thought that you were a bot. So I had done that to your account, but it's coming up that you're a that you've also been banned in someone else's thing, but I can't get the message to go away off my screen. But yeah, I'll have to send Mauler a whisper actually, just to let him know. There we go. So I've sent him a whisper just to let him know, gives him a heads up, because he might not know as well. But yeah, hopefully that will get sorted, Sherbot. Templar, your theory is after Vidic and Cross's death, Abstergo was on high alert, and once all the batteries were powering the vault, they detected it and sent the agents in, and Rebecca, Sean and William had no time, so left ASAP without leaving all the equipment in Desmond's body to escape. Yeah, that definitely makes sense that would be something that would happen. Even though we don't see it, but the logic is sound for that to be a thing. Sherbot, yeah, are you part of what happened with Maxi, Rod Legion, Mauler's stream, lol? Yeah, it's very, very weird. Like, you would think that if someone, like, having the shared ban info is great, because if someone is actually someone you want to ban, it's good to give a heads up to other streamers that you're networked with about them, right? But you would think that if it turns out that the person's actually genuine, you know, like if there's a mistake made, you would think that once one person you would think that once one person unbans them, that all the other streamers that are networked with the one who banned them would get a notification as well that that is fine, you know. Because it was something that happened across a few streams who share a ban list because someone thought you're a bot, but you're a whole person. You can even pass the little robot test when they ask you to verify. Thank you, lol. You thought it was all cleared up. Yeah, so did I actually, because to be honest, I completely forgot about the shared ban info. But now that I think about it, it's kind of like you would think they would program it to be the opposite way as well. Templar. Possibly after that they were able to get another Animus, but Rebecca either didn't want to or didn't have the plans to build a baby 2.0. That's true, Templar, yeah. Showbot, you're a mod in the Maxi stream too. It's interesting that the unban is harder than the ban. A notification would be good. Oh, absolutely, it really would, you know. But yeah, hopefully that gets cleared up so that in Mauler's channel you won't come up as a, like, you know, suspicious user and stuff as well. The morning after, the courtesan will identify the men who poisoned her, punish them. Full synchronization, complete the mission in under 400 seconds.
Why not have a statue in the garden? A tapestry in the hall?
Templar, you're a bot. You're the new Abstergo robotic soldier unit. Showbot, beep bop. Hello. This is the real voice of Rod Legion. He is actually an AI controlled... Sorry, had a lapse. Something happened there. Sorry if I sneezed. Showbot, yeah, you've been there since it happened actually, but thank you for double checking, much appreciated. Sorry to pause the stream for that. That is absolutely no trouble at all. You know, I'd rather sort that stuff out sooner rather than later. That way it doesn't have to be a lingering thing. There's definitely no worries. But you don't see beep boop. Showbot, you too are a bot. Beep boop. The bot language. Templar, you're more like Daft Punk. You can act human despite not being human.
He was there.
More human than human.
What are you pointing at, Putana?
Wait, was it him? He looks familiar, but no matter. Come, I will find another.
We'll still loot him though. Even though he only had 9 florins. Oh. Whoops. That might cost me the optional objective. Templar, you don't even look human. Showbot, you have some human-like characteristics. That's true. You need to have that. Kind of acts as a good cover then. Templar, you don't even have a human escape shape. You're literally a suit of armor.
Roma has fallen prey to bad governments, corrupt.
Piece of armor that is sentient. Please, be civilized. What's uncivilized about climbing a building, huh, NPC?
You poisoned me!
Oh. I forgot that I had the hidden blade equipped because of what happened with the enemies. Remember the Templars from Doom? That's basically you. Not sure I remember those ones. No, not in Doom.
At least we got my boy off to the Fattoria in Campania.
That's basically you, except you have a cape. Super Templar Knight. But alright, let's restart the memory, because there's no way I'm going to get the optional objective now. They're in the new games, are they? The new Doom. Yeah, I've only played Doom 2016 once, and I've never played the sequel yet. Like, I finished Doom 2016, but only once. That was years ago, actually. Avete qualche soldo? Ho fame.
Vai, vai, vai. No, non voglio, non voglio.
He was there.
When did you last
What are you pointing?
Wait, was it him? He looks familiar. But no matter. Come, I will find another.
Templar. They're not called Templars. You think they're called Sentinels, but the armor is called Templar armor. Ah, I got you now, yeah. Hey there, Fewer. I hope things are going well. No fall damage, that seems too easy with the parachutes, and half the game being in a city with buildings to grasp. Anyway, what's up, Rod? As a player who is prone to being reckless in other playthroughs, and just running and jumping recklessly, for me, it's a bit of a job to actually not take fall damage. But I can't use parachutes anyway, except for parts where I have to, like when I'm doing that race, which is one of the thief assignments. Then I'll be able to use the parachute when I get it. Yeah, Fewer, so no parachutes.
You poisoned me. I remember his name. Gisbert. Or is it Gary? Follow me.
Templar, you got a red velvet cape. Absolutely, Fewer, yeah. So I'm still going for optional objectives.
Please, God, let me live! The section of it collapsed and killed a kitten last week, greatly distressing Senator De Rossi. A procession to mark San Vincenzo di Vernazzano's crossing the road with the leg of San Duarte will be blessed by the bringing out of Giotto's ascension and Sant'Orsola's left arm. Several Rioni will be visited.
Templar with a gold crucifix on the back. So you're literally the Templar. You're the whole ass order. Exactly. Got everything.
Him! Get him!
Let go!
Grazie, Ezio. I am sure at least 2 of them were there last night.
Buona fortuna. And stay out of the wine, Madonna.
Stay out of the wine, Madonna. Viewer, how about no ranged weapons for Revelations? Crossbow is OP, but also no throwing knives or bullets either. Questionable on assassin recruits. Yeah, I've already got one sorted for Revelations. But yeah, that could be a possible future one.
Must be a drunken wager or something.
I'll also be doing the Christina memories, but only once I've unlocked them all. And the final one unlocks when you get 75% total sync. Templar, you got a bastard sword bigger than a full-grown man. Your armor is marble white, red and gold. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the restrictions are for each game. Yeah, I kind of like to keep things a surprise sometimes. There are some games though that I don't have a challenge yet for, but I'm still formulating and testing stuff. Templar, fuck up Stogo and the assassins. You can kick both their asses single-handedly. Piazza Navona. I know it said piazza, but I saw pizza, which makes me want pizza. Phil, what games do you not have a challenge in mind? You could throw a few suggestions out. So I'm trying to figure out one for Syndicate that I haven't done before. There's actually a few with that game that I've done. I'm also trying to think of one for Liberation, as well as one for what's the other one? Yeah, I think that's it.
Ezio, since Madonna Solari's death, her brother Santino claims ownership of us. He struggles to gain Borgia favor and must prove himself leader of the courtesans. Humiliate him in public, and he loses the support of the Borgia. We will not hear from him again.
Templar, you can speak 6 languages, you're more athletic than any human. Uh-huh. Phil, what have you already done for Syndicate? You could give a few ideas. So let me have a look at my list. Okay, so I've already done a stealth challenge, no damage, knives only, no upgrades, and a limits challenge, which had certain rules that had to be followed for Evie, different ones for Jacob, and then rules that both of them had to actually follow. Property dispute. Thrash and then humiliate Santino in public. Full synchronization. Stop Santino before he beats up the courtesan. Oh, that's right, I can't kill the target. Whoops. I forgot. Templar, unless this is some Matrix-like bullshit and you're a human controlling a robot. Maybe. Possibly. If you are no rope launcher, you know that makes it more time-consuming, but also more authentic to an assassin experience. I haven't done that as the soul challenge requirement, but I have done it as part of that limits challenge, where Evie and Jacob couldn't use the rope launcher at all. With that playthrough though, if I did, I had to restart from the whole start of the game again. But I'm not going to do a challenge where that's a punishment. That doesn't make it more challenging though, just longer. That's true, yeah. But no, I've already done a challenge involving that, and the punishment was restart the whole game from the start, which with that game's a pain in the ass because you have to liberate the 3 boroughs again. Templar, fuck, you really am a skin suit. Plot twist.
Not again. When will the killing stop?
Pick up body, there we go. Horse, get your ass out of my face, jeez.
Rather you than me. Life is short, so love the one you've got.
This man is a worthless liar. The courtesans of Roma will never answer to him.
Viewer, no killing, only necessary main targets die. That possibly could be one. But I'm also looking for a challenge that won't extend the game too long as well, because I do actually have to get through the annual series earlier this year than I did last year. In fact, eventually I'm going to be adding more stream days for Assassin's Creed. Not as a permanent thing, but just to help me actually get through more games quicker. Templar, shit, human resources are going to have a field day with you, calling every human you've seen the skin suit. Exactly. Fewer, no damage, and no detection were already done, so those are pretty obvious go-to ideas. You'll think on it. Yeah. Well, there's no guarantee that I'll I'll actually do one of your suggestions as the next playthrough, you know what I mean? But it's good to have some options to think about. Because I'm still also trying to figure out one on my own as well by playing the game off stream and working and testing stuff. The knives only one was actually pretty fun. There was only really one point in the game where that was a difficult thing, and that was at the end of the game when Jacob has to kill all those targets. Templar, you're so fired. Exactly. Yeah, that's no worries, viewer. I just like to say that though, just so people don't get their hopes up. But I do appreciate your suggestions though, because playing that game without using the rope launcher, it's very easy to get into a false sense of security and actually just use it whenever you want, you know. And in that challenge I accidentally used it in sequence 6, so I had to restart the game from scratch, and it also meant having to redo 3 burrows again, which is very time consuming on its own.
Buongiorno, Ezio. We are taught to seduce Roma's most powerful men, but not all of us have been able to resist their charms. Follow Giulietta. I suspect she will lead you to her benefactor.
Old habits die hard. Follow Giulietta to locate her benefactor and then kill him. Full synchronization, assassinate the target from a hiding spot. Templar, they're going to take away your cool robot suit and be without all those powers. If you are speedrun any percent, you don't know what the game lends itself to speedrunning, and you probably want to enjoy more of it. Yeah, plus speedrunning for me, like, it's not my thing. It's not something that I have the motivation for, but also the energy to keep up continuously. You know what I mean? It's bad enough restarting a game from the start from failing a challenge requirement, but to actually have to do it just because I didn't do something quick enough and I know it's gonna wreck things later. Yeah, I just don't have what it takes to be a speedrunner. I mean, sure, I've played multiple games multiple times over and over, so that means that I can replay the game from start to finish multiple times. But could I do it for like a week straight? No. Hey there, Sherbot. Beep boop.
What on earth is he up to?
Most impressive. That is to clear the guard. Not the badge for time.
The closest I have gotten to doing a speedrun though was Assassin's Creed Revelations when I was celebrating its 10th anniversary. One of the playthroughs I did was to play it without doing anything other than the main stuff and skipping cutscenes as well. But it wasn't in you know, trying to get a best time or anything. It was just basically only focus on that plus skip cutscenes. Whoop, 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 shit. Sherbot, sorry, I had nothing to say as you're making the late night noodles, but also heard Robot again and he thought it'd be funny to add something. That's no worries, Sherbot. I hope that your noodle cooking is going well. Noodles are awesome.
Does this amuse you?
Does this amuse you? Yes, it does. I find it quite amusing, NPC.
To death among our esteemed faithful visitors, avoiding certain colored clothing and accessories while in certain rioni is advised.
Fewer no rooftops except when necessary, no stealthing allowed, and must always be detected and go in hot on every mission. Yeah, that's putting yourself out in the open too, and all that. Especially when you go into higher levels as well. When you're, you know, very low leveled. The other thing is too, I'll also be doing all the optional objectives in that playthrough. But I don't yet know if I'm going to be doing every single memory, though. Who knows, I might even do a multiple challenge thing too, as well. Like sometimes I like doing that, you know, combining challenges into the one. Sometimes it's been a pain, like in Watch Dogs 2, I did a stealth and pacifist challenge at the same time, which was like, never again with that game am I going to do them together. I'll do one or the other separately, individually, yes, but never again together.
I did not know the bastardo was a traitor.
You are no longer welcome at the Rosa in Fiore.
Yeah. No longer welcome there. Your membership card is revoked.
Chi offende mia sorella, offende me. Hai capito?
Ronnie, you're off to bed. See you later. That's no worries, Ronnie. Thank you so much for stopping in, dude. I hope you have a great rest. Want to highly recommend people check out Ronnie's channel if you haven't before. He most recently finished Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. He's also going to be doing the next game in that trilogy, India. He's also played through Marvel Spider-Man recently. Did the DLC for that too. He's also a fan of Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. And he wears a hat when streaming. And he actually changes that hat depending on what game he's playing. He hasn't done one for a while, but from time to time he also will do cooking streams. And he's also a scientist in real life. He's working in the field of regenerative medicine, so working on things for cures like Parkinson's, as well as MS also. Great streamer, very good community. You'll have a great time and be able to chill out. So I highly recommend checking out his channel. And Ronnie, take care of yourself, dude. Thank you so much for joining as well. And I hope you have a really good rest. Viewer, well, you definitely keep it fresh with multiple playthroughs. Yeah, and that's the thing too. I always like to do that as well. It also helps me, because if I'm playing through a game that I've already done, 10 or 15 times before, it's good for me to have something different to do for each playthrough, and take breaks from one type of playthrough, so that when I come back to the game again, I can just basically, do a different one, or sometimes do one I've done before. Chop and change, mix it around a bit. Anyway, your melatonin is kicking in. Take it easy, my friend. You'll be lurking with the show on, much like the good doctor. Well, thank you so much as well, viewer, for being here. I really hope that you also have a great sleep. Thanks for leaving the lurk too, as well. And I definitely will take it easy. You too as well, viewer. And thanks for the suggestions so far for potential challenges with Syndicate. If I go into DNA and have a look at courtesans, that's all the missions for the courtesans that we can currently do at this point in the story. Before I actually finish this sequence off, what I want to do is do the next cluster puzzle, which is actually at the Rosa Inferiore. So we'll travel there and get that done. Then I can finish that out. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome to you, dude. How's things going?
Surely there's no need to be.
Jumping over people as they go up the stairs. That's the assassin way. I do that in Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. There's an area where Jonah is lower than Lara is, so I always run and jump over his head. He has no reaction whatsoever. Oh, that's an excellent view. I'm glad that you're going well. Hope you had a great sleep too. There it is. You Ezio thinking he's Mario and you don't mean his uncle. Ba-da-da-ba-da-bop-bop-bop-bop-bop. Loading. Cluster 5.
Loading. Scanning. 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 What am I? What am I? Lost. Loading.
Democratic nations were built, each led by a powerful vizier, known today by a different name, who made a move to block the Templar advance. I don't actually play chess, so I just basically just use whatever until it clicks. There we go.
Loading.
Access denied. From a bolt of electricity, governments fell. So that's what I need to interact with. ITT. But I want to read any other text that is actually on these other images. HK masterminded it. There's the Abstergo logo. We would like your economic program to succeed, and we will do our best to help you. Argentina, 1970s. 30,000 people disappeared in the raids. Salvador Allende wanted the people to own Chile's corporations. Or would that be Allende? Chile, 1964. The people cheered his name until 1973. Nature shows us basic order and hierarchy are necessary. Augusto Pinochet. The issues are much too important for the Chilean voters to be left to decide for themselves. Something they've never done in the series yet, in present day, is actually show the other assassins in other parts of the world and what they're doing. A coup d'etat. Coup d'etat. Don't really know how to pronounce the second word. Shah Pahlavi, Shaban, Jafari, and Savak take over to terrorize citizens and protect capitalist oil interests, but was that their only motive? Hired actor. Hired actor. Hired actor. Iran, 1953. Mossadegh wanted oil profits to go to the people. We can't have that though. Can't have profits going to the people. You insane?
Maybe the next symbol in the pattern isn't adjacent to the previous one. Maybe the next symbol in the pattern isn't adjacent to the previous one. Maybe the next symbol in the pattern isn't adjacent to the previous one.
time to go to Google. Alright, so 7 is a half moon shape. Now if I put the horseshoe without the line on it, we'll call it, with the 3, that makes 7. So that matches that, right? Now 3 is 4 forward slashes. Now if I put that box with the 2 X's on the 5 and look at 3, it doesn't have anything there, right? So it's kind of like, what would make the person getting it right think, oh, 4 lines needs to go there? Because the 4 lines doesn't come after the horseshoe with the line on it, or that weird squiggly thing where the 4 is. So it can't be, because it's a pattern thing. So it's like, if you put the 2 X's on the 5, 3 is a gap, but how do you know that 4 is the one that you put in there? Is it simply because across from 3 is an 8 and there's 3, so the next pattern in that would be 4? Maybe, but apparently that's the third one. That's the one for number 3. Now this one is a box with a line through it vertically, which is this one. So if we put that weird symbol on the 1 and then we look at the number 7, it's another situation where there's a gap. So how did they know? How does someone work it out to know that that's the one that you put in that? If we look at what's adjacent to number 1, we have 6, which is a squiggly line. So it's not that. And then number 9 is a box with a strange character inside, which is this 4X. So if we put the 3 lines on 2, number 9 becomes that. So only the first number and the last number will be correct if you put the top symbol with the number below it. So to get the symbol for 7, you need to put the horseshoe on 3. To get the number for 9, you need to put the 3 strokes on 2, and that'll tell you that 9 is the box. But these 2 in the middle, I don't know how you work out that they're the ones that you need to put in. But that's the solution. Exactly, Sherbot. Only the people at the top. You know, and you think about pyramid schemes as well. Lucky your brain hurts. Mine too with these puzzles. Like, I'm not very good at figuring these out, and I haven't memorized them. I do try to get them on my own, but after quite a few attempts of getting nowhere, it's like, So what your cat enjoys watching the coding. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's interesting what animals will take focus on and notice of when you're watching something.
Loading.
Hey there, Harbinger. Welcome. You finished Mass Effect 2 on Insanity. You did get the achievement thanks to the community fix. Oh, that's good. At least someone's got your back. That's excellent, Harbinger. GG's on that. Especially on the highest difficulty too. Restricted handling. Classified message. Subject South America. If we are to ensure the company's success, company agents must be able to move freely from country to country and maintain power within all of them. A global international order must be implemented. Regarding Argentina, tell the capitalists that if they help ensure the junta remain in power, we will pass all their corporate debt onto the Argentine people. That will ensure they crush any popular revolt. I want the trade unions destroyed if we are to move forward. Regarding Chile, the free market must be allowed to prevail. F's visit last year helped things along, but now all public companies need to be sold to the private sector, ideally on the cheap. The price of bread and other staples must rise. I want to ensure the people remain marred in poverty and unable to resist. Any traces of this plan should appear to implicate the US government. The company's involvement must remain hidden. For successful examples of a similar opening of the markets, look no further than the 1953 liberation of Iran and the 1954 liberation of Guatemala. Don't actually know who's supposed to be signing off on that.
Loading. Quarantine zone.
Wages should be lowered to keep the middle class subservient to us, left to the fair and free competition of the market, and should never be controlled by the interference of a popularly elected government, the legislature. Holy shit, I said that word without fucking it up. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't.
Quarantine lifted.
Alright, we're halfway through with these. We have 5 left. Sherbot, yeah, your dog doesn't care for watching any screen, but your cat is an iPad kid. It's amazing what holds their attention too. Like they might glance at it out of curiosity, and then they never worry about it then. Like the opposite number you put on is like a variation of it. When 5 had the box and 3 was blank, opposite was 8 with the 3 lines, which made 3 the 4 lines. A variation of the 8. You guessing? That's what it seemed like to you. The 4 lines and the box with 1 line were variations of symbols that were opposite the blank spaces, but they weren't on the wheel, assuming that's how you work it out, lol. That's actually a very good way to put it, actually. It seems sound, what you're saying, and it kind of makes sense, because if what you're needing to put there is not available on the actual wheel, what's the equivalent to it? Sherbot, your cat loves to bat at your character when you play GTA 5. Really? Oh, that's cool. That'd be so funny. Okay, nothing else to interact. So time to finish off this sequence. I'm going to be taking a break soon. Be a good opportunity to take it. Sherbot, yes, that is what you're suspecting too. Yeah, your cat is helping. That's true. The cat is like, I know the answer. Why isn't this human getting it straight away? What are they doing? It's like, let me play the game. Like, yeah, exactly. Makes sense to you. And at the very least, you know, thinking that way will give you an opportunity to put a solution in, like put a response in that it may not be the answer, but at least you've tried, you know. It's good to have that sort of like way of thinking. But yeah, some of the puzzles in this game with those glyphs are very much head scratching. The easiest one of those, it's funny because no matter what answer you put in, it's the right answer. If only all of them were like that.
Machiavelli, we must talk.
Yes. I secured something of great worth from one of my contacts. We now have the names of several Templar agents Cesare has recruited to terrorize Roma.
How do I find them?
I can give you a general location. I suggest looking for signs of distress nearby. Perhaps you will uncover citizens who can point you in the right direction. My contact will continue searching for more names.
This information came from a city guard.
Yes. How did you know?
Lucky guess. Grazie.
Claudia, Bartolomeo, and La Volpe are waiting for you inside. I can't imagine how you did it.
Virtù, Machiavelli.
Virtù?
He knows what it means, but he's just
What
questioning.
did you discover?
That bastardo Cesare is in the Castel Sant'Angelo with the Pope.
My spies tell me that the apple has been secreted to someone for a study. I am working on determining his identity.
Caterina will be moved to the prison within the Castello next week.
Bene. So the Castello it is. Roma will heal quickly with Cesare and Rodrigo gone.
Only if the opportunity to assassinate them arises will I take it.
Do not repeat your mistake in the vault. You must kill them now.
I'm with Machiavelli, Ezio. We should not wait.
Bartolomeo is right.
They must pay for Mario's death.
Do not worry. They will die. You have my word.
Lucky, in all honesty, 99% of the time you Google it because it pisses you off so quickly. I don't blame you at all, you know. At least you're giving it a shot, at least. It's definitely understandable to want to get a guide and just, you know, get it over and done with. Sure, but yeah, like the one side was the circle with the half filled in, and the opposite was the answer, the half circle. Then the two rectangles were like the boxes without the X's inside it. Yeah, that's true, you know, with the dividing line in between. Hopefully it'll stick in my memory for next time, because I'd love to be able to just memorize them. So when, I was going to say, when Machiavelli is like virtù, it's not that he doesn't know what the word means. He just doesn't understand how Ezio was able to use that to get what he wanted, I guess. Is what I'm guessing anyway. Maybe that's not why he's questioning virtù. Or maybe he's questioning it because it wasn't something he had considered as a tactic to use. Sure, but it's kind of interesting how each of us kind of had different ways to approach the puzzle. It really is, you know, and that makes me think about when people are communicating ideas amongst each other. You know, sometimes someone can say the right words to describe something, but each person will still interpret it differently because there's different things that might make them think of an outcome if it's something that you're trying to solve.
Ser Ezio, I represent the combined resources of Bartolomeo del Viano, Claudio Auditore, and La Volpe. Through my associates spread across the city, you can channel your florins to any part of the underground you desire. You may have seen notices posted around Roma which allow you to purchase buildings. Income from your new tenants will be deposited with bookkeepers, as well as additional profit from renovations. Bookkeepers can be found throughout the city.
Molto bene.
There we go, and that's sequence 3 done. Sherbot, you feel like that is really how we expand knowledge and innovate with collaboration with different brains. Very true, Sherbot, you know, and things that didn't exist before but now do because someone was able to convince other people to join them and work together to create it. You know, it's just amazing what we can actually accomplish as humans. Lucky Machiavelli was a scheming bastard in real life, definitely didn't possess virtue. Not surprised he was confused how he could use virtue to win people over. That is very true, you know. Like, I haven't really looked much into Machiavelli, the in real life version, but I think one of his famous quotes, isn't it, "It is better to be feared than to be loved," is one of his quotes from the book that he wrote. I think it's called The Prince, is the name of the book. Harbinger, Mass Effect 2's ending is tricky because even if you do everything correctly, there is a chance for something to go wrong and miss the achievement. Oh no, Harbinger, that'd be so frustrating if you're trying to go for that achievement and then mess up. So it is lucky. Oh, cool. So some information has actually gotten into my brain and I've remembered it from that. That is cool. Alright, so we're going to go and exit the Animus and going to have the conversations that will now have been unlocked. It doesn't happen with every memory sequence. I can't actually remember which one it is though that doesn't happen with. But just to cover my bases, every time I finish a sequence,
Get up slowly.
I'll exit the Animus and test if there's more dialogue with these characters.
Any news from the outside?
Rebecca's patched in a phone line. The Templars are still guarding the border, and Vidic seems to be busy too.
Doing what?
From the looks of things, he's using Animus data to train Abstergo operatives.
Meaning?
Abstergo's preparing for a full-on assault.
Weren't you the only assassin at Abstergo's Animus facility? How are you getting data from them?
Some old passwords work, but I can't dig very far into the network.
Yes, Lucy, that's what you tell Desmond, but you have more than just access to those passwords that, you know, haven't been changed. You also have access to all the details that you still were able to access when you were at Abstergo, because you're still a Templar. There's actually a point where Lucy is nowhere to be seen on the grounds anywhere at Monteregione, which you could say maybe she's just getting some food and stuff. But the other hand is, at the end of this game, we find out that she's not who she makes out to be. And then in Revelations, we find out that she actually was a Templar.
We'll talk later. Now get in there and find the apple. We're counting on you. I'm kind of busy here. We have work to do.
Any theories about that cipher Machiavelli handed me? Ezio, I mean.
I can't decode it without the key. It's a one-time pad.
What's that?
It's a cipher with a unique disposable key. Imagine someone used the first letter of each word in the Declaration of Independence to encipher something. Well, without the Declaration itself, you couldn't decrypt it.
I could run it through the computer.
There are some things even a computer can't do. Like love, Rebecca. Like love.
Lucky, he pretty much said that if someone is in power and does bad things, they should be excused when the intent and result is beneficial to him. Basically saying that violence, etc. is okay for a ruler to use if the outcome benefits them. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely people who aren't rulers as well that use that kind of idea where it's like, as long as what I'm getting out of it is positive for me, it doesn't matter who else hurts, you know. But yeah, Machiavelli is definitely an interesting choice to make an assassin as well when you think about it, really.
So Sean, any lions outside the Pride?
Who was that girl you were dating? Kate?
Yeah. Kate. Katie, kitty cat Kate. Charm the pants right off her, I did.
Yeah, right. I know for a fact you didn't even get to second base.
Oh, what? What?
We had lunch.
You had lunch with Kate?
Whatever, I got work to do.
It's funny because later in the series, Sean and Rebecca actually get married.
You know I love talking about this stuff, Desmond, but we have work to do now. I'm busy right now.
I'm busy right now. Desmond, go away. Yes, Showbot. Sean got called out there. I like how Rebecca, after all that, is just like, I've got work to do anyway. Like, it makes sense. Makes perfect sense, really. The assassins use violence in order to benefit them and in a larger scale the world. Their intent is good, but the means are actually bad. Yeah, in that respect, I guess it's understandable why he would be chosen to be an assassin in the series. Because, I mean, he's not actually killing innocent people or anything, so he's still honouring the creed in what he's doing.
You ever killed anyone?
Hello to you too. I dated a guy who was an electronics expert around the time the assassins first contacted me.
And?
Now I'm single.
Are you kidding?
Of course I'm kidding. You think I would joke about someone I actually killed? Death is only funny when it isn't happening in front of you. I should know. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
I noticed you didn't patch the translation software.
Nah, it's still buggy. There's only the occasional glitch in the Italian, but if you hit any German or French, watch out.
So it's interesting with the Animus. So this Animus here is the one that Rebecca has designed. And it's more comfortable than the one that Desmond was using in AC1, which was basically like a cement slab, really, when you think about it. So this one's made more for comfort. But as such, because it's a computer program that runs it, you know, your DNA may be connected to it, but there's also the component that's programmed to actually recreate the memories in the simulation. So when it comes to the language, the explanation as to why some of the characters still say Italian even though they're being translated to English is because it's buggy software. So kind of like that idea that even technology that is vastly superior than anything we have in real life still has issues. Still has things that causes bugs. Which I think is the irony of technology, because you think to yourself, surely with the advancement of technology, when things get better and better, surely there shouldn't be any bugs, right? But IRL is like, haha, hold our beer.
Focusing on this.
Lucky, for a long while when you were going through uni, studying ancient history, you were looking for jobs at Ubisoft Montreal to be a researcher for the AC games. Never got anywhere, but that would have been a dream job. Dude, that would have been really cool if you're able to get that. That's good though that you're actually looking for them. It's a shame, and that's cool that you're actually studying ancient history too. Sure, but there will always be bugs. Oh, exactly. You know, we're never going to get technology without bugs. Which is why when we get teleportation technology, I don't want to use it straight away. I want to wait until the bugs that cause you to die are actually, you know, ironed out first.
Ready when you are.
Harbinger, the problem is that you played too many hours of Mass Effect 2 in just 5 days. Now you have to work extra hours to compensate for it. Oh no. Fun times. Sure, but code can be messy quickly. Yeah, I can only imagine, really. I never have been good at coding. Like, there's just some things that you try early on in your life, and you just know that you're not going to get anywhere with it. So you just sort of, like, leave it and go do other stuff. Okay, so we're up to sequence 4 in the story. And I don't know yet if more missions for courtesans than that were unlocked, because I didn't actually pay attention to the messages coming up on the screen. Because it tells you that new contracts have been unlocked. And I can't bring anything up like in the GTA games, for example, where you can see what was said most recently. I can't bring up anything like that. But in any case, what I'm going to do is not worry about doing more of those assignments, because I can easily do them anyway after the next sequence if it turns out that there were more anyway. But what I'm going to do before I do that is actually take a break. So I'm going to pause it. I'm also going to put a pinned message up on the top of chat just in case people come into the chat while I'm on the break. Lucky, would have been an amazing job if something had come up. Now you're a prison officer in the UK. A little bit different. Yeah, just a little bit different, I would say. That's for sure. Sherbot, bit different. Yeah, absolutely. That would be a whole different ball game. You might be asleep when you get back, but might not be. Thank you for the stream. That's absolutely no trouble at all, Sherbot. Yeah, I'll probably take like a 10 to 15 minute break. It could be 10 or 15 minutes. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being here and for chatting as well as the lurk. Want to definitely recommend people check out Sherbot if you haven't before. Was playing Jackbox Party Packs over on the channel. So definitely drop a follow and highly recommend. Sherbot, oh no, that's not too long at all. You could very well be here. Thank you. Well, no trouble at all, Sherbot. So if you're not here when I do come back, thank you so much for joining. But if you are, I'll see you when I get back off the break. Be right back in about 10 to 15 minutes. You've also been playing LA Noire, GTA 5, and you play guitar and you sing. Oh, excellent, you do. That's excellent to have that as another form of content for streaming. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm doing a GTA 5 playthrough at the moment to celebrate its 10th anniversary. I absolutely love that game. So good. Alrighty then, back from my break. Before I do the next memory, just want to have a look at Ezio's bank and see how much he has in his account.
Did I just see that?
$3,366. Withdraw that money now, and I'll use this time because Ezio's got a lot of money now, almost 50,000, to look at things like weapons and stuff. I want to keep Ezio's look this way, so I won't actually be getting any more upgrades. I'll be doing what I need to do to get the Brutus armor, but I won't be actually wearing it for the rest of the playthrough. But I'll still go and grab it and then show people what it looks like with Ezio wearing it. Buy the crossbow. Alright, let's sell all this stuff. Oh, hang on. That's right. That's the button you press for the sell all.
Till next time. Arrivederci, messere.
Do I have to call the guard?
I love using the crossbow. It comes in handy so much.
Come see what pride, beauty, and years of experience can do for you. Addio then. Mention me to your friends, eh?
Alright, now that I have that sorted, it's time to jump into sequence 4.
Pass my counter to see I tell no lie.
Isn't that illegal? Not my problem.
Watch yourself, friend. What was that all about? Would like to extend a warm welcome to all faithful. With the assassin on their trail, they'll not survive. In the wall above this cave
Roma will emerge from this Borgia nightmare.
Salve, cittadini di Roma! Behold a sight most splendid! Caterina Sforza, she-whore of Forli, has at last been brought to heel.
Ha! No one kneels as low as Lucrezia Borgia! Who put you up to this? Was it your brother or your father? Perhaps a bit of both? Perhaps at the same time?
Chiudi la bocca! None speak ill of the Borgia! The same will happen to any who defy us!
Good people of Roma! Stay strong! You will be free! Your time will come, I swear it!
They are going to torture her.
You are here for Cesare and Rodrigo.
Caterina is a powerful ally. If we help her now while she is weak, she will aid us in return.
Perhaps. But kill Cesare and Rodrigo first.
So like, calm down, Machiavelli. Ultimately, he doesn't get a chance to kill either of them. But even so, it's like, Machiavelli, they're not going to go anywhere from your perspective without you knowing, so, you know. Castello Clasher. Infiltrate Castel Sant'Angelo and assassinate Cesare and Rodrigo. Full synchronization, do not be detected. Lucky strong Cersei Lannister vibes from Lucrezia Borgia. Yeah, I've never watched that show, but you can definitely come across very similar archetypes in so much stuff. So we have to remain undetected. There's also a cluster here as well, which I'm going to do while we're here. That way it'll be done. Won't have to worry about it later.
Wait, please.
Oh well, I failed, so we're going to do that glyph and then restart anyway. I thought Ezio was going to do like a mini air assassination, but he was like, nah, don't do that.
Forget the Pope, you only answer to me. Roma is the pillar that holds our entire enterprise aloft. She cannot waver, which means neither can you.
What of Il Vaticano?
That tired old man's club. Play along for now, but soon we will have no need of them.
She's left us Roma. She'll be in good hands. Oh.
So I'll do this, and then I'll just reload that memory. It will remember that I've done this. Lucky angry blonde lady that enjoys the company of her brother. Basically the same, is it? Damn. Cluster 6.
Loading. 90% of input missing. Outputs confused. Shut down. Shut down. Shut down active. Trap. Loading.
Important men befriended Russia as the Iron Curtain was blown apart, but the most influential comrades stayed out of the spotlight. 1993. Parliament disbanded by Yeltsin as he seizes control of Russia. Decree 1400. Constitutional Court disbanded. August 1991. Declared the White Knight of the People, Yeltsin stands up to communist threat. Gorbachev loses popularity. There's the Templar cross. December 1991. Secret meeting called in the Belovezhskaya forest. Yeltsin unseats Gorbachev, becomes leader of Russia. Perestroika, the dream of a democratic state led by the people. (1992) Russian economy open to elite oligarchs and private companies. (1993) $2.5 billion in aid from the US Congress to Yeltsin after he disbands parliament. Gorbachev 1990, man of the decade, brings democracy to Russia, establishes the Constitutional Court.
The progression of the numbers on the code wheel seems random. I don't know. There must be a numerical key somewhere that explains the pattern. progression of the numbers on the code wheel seems random. I don't know. There must be a numerical key somewhere that explains the pattern.
Alright, time to look up the answer. Alright, so 5 is 20. Six is 27. One is 33. And 8 is 13. Now, keeping that in mind, if I have a look at the images and we have a look at each text, if you look up the top, it changes the number. 34, 20, 13, and 33. That's the top number that we're given. As the key. But if we go to other images, you'll get different text, and then it changes 27, 42, 42, 34, so it's not that. I just want to see if the answer actually does pop up in this when you actually look at these images. 27, 22, 13, 20, it's not that. 22, 27, 0, 42, it's not that. 13, 22, 13, 13, 22, 13, 0, it's not that. 9, 13, 22, 42, it's not that. 20, 34, 42, 42. Alright, so I know that the answer isn't given by looking at this. So I wonder then, what is the logic that it uses to get that? Alright, so if you look at the code wheel itself, and we look at the first number in the key, which is 9. If we put the 34 on the 9, and then we look at the 5, 5 is a number that isn't there, right? Now it can't be that the reason 5 is 20 is because it's the next number up from 13 that gets used, because number 18 is also one that you can select. So you can't use the logic of, well, whatever the number before it is on the wheel when you have 34 on the 9, whatever comes next for 5 isn't the next number after 13, because as I said, there's 18 before it gets to 20. If we look at the wheel, there's no 20, so we can't put 20 on that. However, given that 5 is that blank space there, if we put that to 4, 6 then becomes 27. So the question is, how do you compute that, and how do you figure out that that's what you need to do? That you need to move the code wheel one number back. 13 is 7. We have the 13 on the code wheel. If we put that to the 7, 1 is blank. 27. But there's a number. Actually, there's not in that case. So in that case, there's not a number in between 27 and 30. Or 33. But then how did they get 1 to be 33 based on that? Well, if we look at it, 1 less than 34 is 33. So on that number, it worked that way, but not on the other number. And then this last number, 33 is 2. So therefore 8 is 13. So yeah. And Sean's clue, when you know the answer, isn't actually that helpful at all anyway.
The progression of the numbers on the code wheel seems random. I don't know. There must be a numerical key somewhere that explains the pattern.
Him saying it's random is obvious.
The progression of the
But when he
numbers
says,
on
I
the
don't
code
know,
wheel
there must
seems
be a
random.
pattern.
I don't know. There must be a numerical key somewhere.
Numerical
that
key
explains
somewhere
the
that
pattern.
explains the pattern. You know. Which, the key that we're given is up the top, but, you know. A hint would be something like, here's the first 2 answers. Exactly, Afro. Katso, another cipher. Cons, Ubisoft has finally fixed Syndicate for the PS5 and made it 60 FPS. Yeah. There's so many games in the series that are out for years before that even that could do with some patches, but we'll see if they get patched too. How's it going, Cons? Afro, how's a 10-year-old supposed to solve this? I don't know, Afro, because when this game came out, I was older than 10. But even I couldn't figure it out on my own. Lucky Zero theories on this one. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it just seems random pattern. Afro, what pattern? Exactly, Sean, what are you talking about?
Loading.
10 Downing Street. Mr. Yeltsin, I'm writing this letter to encourage you to act. One rarely finds oneself in such an opportune position. Gorbachev does not have our interests at heart. He is moving far too slowly to privatize, and my deep fear is that he has no intention of doing so at all. I understand that you have expressed similar concerns. With that in mind, here is a proposal to remedy the situation. Several of my top advisors at the company maintain a monetary connection with the communist old guard. They tell me that a riot might easily be incited while Gorbachev is away. If you were to repel an attempt to seize Parliament in front of the media, it could very well tip the scales of power in your favour. Telephone me at number 10 and we shall talk further. Margaret Thatcher. So in the AC universe, they made it that Margaret Thatcher, who was the Prime Minister at one point of England, or the UK, is actually a Templar. Harmager, thanks for redeeming the scene reenactment of Schwarzenegger.
Loading.
Abstergo Phone Records, 1992. Back when I was 8 years old, turning 9.
Alpha Bank? I'm phoning on behalf of British Petroleum. Yes, we were told you would be calling. As you know, we are very interested in acquiring Sidanko oil. And as you know, that will require a merger with our bank. That should not be a problem. Were you surprised at the low price of the deal? Somewhat. You know we have the peasants paying for it. The government gave us their tax money to buy all the companies. We would like to fly out there as soon as possible to discuss terms.
Thursday works.
Done. Thank you for your time.
До свидания.
Abstergo Industries.
I am phoning on behalf of BP. We fly to Russia next week to secure the deal. Our new capitalist converts there behaved exactly as expected.
I'll let them know.
Thank you.
Loading.
Lucky makes sense, horrible cow. Yeah, sometimes they're spot on, aren't they, in who they choose to actually be, Templars or Assassins. That's true, Afro, I was, yeah. Yeah, so I was born in 83, and I turned 1 year old in 1984, and I was 9 turning 10 in 1993. Hey there, Keone. How's things going? Afro, was that Strauss? Dan, that Austrian cook? No, it wasn't Strauss. It was actually Marcel Gianin who was doing that voice. That's the other roles in the game that he's done, in the series that he's done. Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you as well, Assassini. Thanks for joining, dude. Hope it's going well. Although his piece represents a savior, his self-serving actions reveal him as a counterfeit. This is my method of guessing which one it is. It's called the I don't actually know what the fuck the answer is tactic. So funny, because I could swear I've moved.
Oh, you need a saviour, do you? Hello. Well, the bishop is too easy, you know. I bet 16 is referring to a protector of some sort. In other news, what about that F?
Alright, time to look up the solution. I like that. This guide I'm looking at, you click on the image to see the chess thing and it shows you the coordinates. Click on the coordinates, it shows you the coordinates. Check on the image, it shows you the coordinates. Come on. Surely they would put that in that guide. But I'll look for another guide. Come on, page load. That's a pretty shoddy guide. No, Google, I was searching for cluster 6. That's what I want. Cluster 6. Actually, no, that's... Geez, now I'm getting confused. Alright, so the answer is to move this to there.
Loading. Quarantine zone.
1999. Yeltsin ensures his protege, Vladimir Putin, follows his lead. Tell you what, these can be fucking annoying too. Alright, one down here. One up there, and then one across there. There we go.
Quarantine lifted.
Afro Knight. Lucky the F being highlighted suspicious. Afro, who comes up with this stuff? Who is Mastermind Cryptic Guy at Ubisoft? Have you played chess much, Rod? I haven't, Afro. I just don't have the patience to learn it. Lucky F diagonally left 2 squares. F to D3 as you guess. Fuck knows if that is possible. Afro Bishop moves diagonal, Knight moves 1 forward, and then 1 diagonal. Yeah, like, it seemed to me that moved... How many splices does that move? That moved from G, and then it moved up 3. Sorry, it moved up 2, and then left 1. So I don't know. But there we go, we've got that done. And because I fucked up on the optional objective, I'm going to restart the memory. But I thought I may as well get that glyph puzzle now, before restarting the memory. So we'll restart the memory now. Because we got detected.
He offended me.
No Afro. No, I decided to not buy any armor for this playthrough. Just have Ezio wear the only armor that the game requires you to actually get. I'll still be getting Brutus's armor, but once I've shown what it looks like, I'll just be changing back to Ezio's normal stuff.
Forget the Pope, you only answer to me. Roma is the pillar that holds our entire enterprise aloft. She cannot waver, which means neither can you.
What of Il Vaticano?
That tired old man's club. Play along for now, but soon we will have no need of them.
He's left us Roma. She'll be in good hands.
Cesare.
Lucrezia. I hope you have treated our guest with kindness.
That mouth on her. How I'd love to sew it shut.
I rather like it open myself.
Oh.
Have you talked to the Pope about the funds requested by my banker?
He is away from the Castello, and he might need some convincing when he returns.
That shouldn't be a problem, should it?
No. Only it gets quite lonely here. You and I spend so little time together these days, busy as you are with your other conquests.
Soon. Once I have secured the throne of Italia, you are going to be my queen. And your loneliness will be a thing of the past.
I cannot wait.
Behave yourself while I am gone.
Sorry, Harbinger. I completely forgot. I got sidetracked by that puzzle. Alright, so I found a movie to do a scene from with the art impression. Look, now, I ain't no Wesley Snipes. I just hang out with stupid ass friends that drive stupid ass cars that attract a lot of motherfucking attention. You know what? I need to jump over this car and smack you in your busy ass head. That's what I need to do. Well, you know what you're arguing over, a motherfucking French fry. It's not about the French fry. It's about your lack of respect for other people's property. Hey, hey. Shut the fuck up. Hold the fuck on. You want some bad enough. Come get some. You like that shit. Wesley Snipes. Passenger 57. Now give me a motherfucking handy wipe. Now, let's hear one of those jokes, bitch. So, that's from a movie I haven't done a scene reenactment of Schwarzenegger from before. The first Bad Boys movie with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. You like how in the first games Isu was still a mystery, they were only giving you tiny bits of lore, then they went all out in comic books and games like Odyssey. That is true as well. They were sort of like very mysterious early on. But that's the thing when you introduce something like that into a series, is the more games you do and the more they're involved, you kind of start to have to actually have more of them in it, you know what I mean?
Open the gates! The Captain General is leaving for Urbino! Buona fortuna, Padron Cesare!
Machiavelli is going to be very disappointed.
Open her cell. How was the journey to Roma? Did you sit in Cesare's private carriage?
You're pathetic, Lucrezia.
What did he talk about? His plans for Napoli? Did you like it?
I can't remember.
Perhaps you will remember this. That puts you in your place. Lock it and give me the key. water jug for me. I cannot get it in.
Anything?
Ezio, what are you doing here?
Paying a visit to the tailor.
Rescuing me will provoke Cesare's wrath.
Fortunately for us, he is away. Any chance there is a second key?
The guard handed his to Lucrezia, so I assume not.
Do you know where she is?
Her quarters are at the top of the castello.
All right, stay here. That key is as good as mine.
I'm not going anywhere.
Femme Fatale. Obtain the key to Caterina's cell from Lucrezia Borgia. Full synchronization. Do not lose more than 10 health squares.
I love you so. I want to sing it to the heavens.
Please, you must whisper it only to yourself. If Cesare found out, who knows what he would do.
Are you not?
What was that?
I'm late for rehearsal. Farewell, my love.
I heard the entire exchange, mia signora, and can vouch for it.
Good. Tell Cesare. We shall see how it feels when the shoe is on the other foot.
Yes, signora.
He loves me. He loves me not. 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 He loves me.
Please, continue. I did not mean to interrupt.
Ezio Auditore da Firenze. How nice to finally meet after hearing so much. A pity Cesare is no longer here. He would have enjoyed this.
My fight is not with you, Lucrezia. Free Caterina, and I will stand down.
Impossible.
Then you leave me no choice.
Guards!
Eccolo! Get him! No! Aha! No mercy for you!
I cannot leave you out here to cause trouble, so you're coming with me. Scream, however, and I will be forced to take your tongue.
Rescuing princesses from castles now?
Ora! Kill him! There! On him!
I bet you think you're doing great things, charging around, killing whomever you wish. Do you know what became of the Patsy once your hunt was finished? Your dear friend Lorenzo stripped them of everything and threw them into prison, even those who played no part in the conspiracy. The women were forbidden to marry, and the family tombstones were erased, wiped from the history books. Poof! Just like that. consequences of your actions. Content to set events into motion, but unwilling to see them through. Cesare will finish what he started and bring peace to Italia! He kills for a higher purpose, unlike you!
Dead man!
The ignorant make easy targets.
Whatever, my words are wasted here. Hypocrita.
Salute, Lucrezia. How I've missed you.
Vai a farti fottere, Troia!
Always a pleasure. Bring her here, I'll take the key. Oh, classy.
Guards! Guards!
That's enough out of you!
Can you walk?
No.
I guess we are going out the front.
The burdens we carry. Escape from the Castello with Catalina and head for the stables. Full synchronization, do not be detected.
Wait here.
As if I have a choice.
Wait here.
As if I have a choice.
What are you doing, Ezio?
Why save me, Ezio? With Forli taken, I am useless to you.
You have a family.
It is not your family.
Come, Ezio, this way. Ezio, this way, per favore.
That night at the villa, I had to ensure our allegiance to protect Forli. Do you understand, Ezio?
E la politica. Of course. I knew it. You did not explain. Caterina, did Cesare...
No. My name must still have some small value. I was left unspoiled.
Don't you dare. Figlio di puttana. Never do that to me again. It seems to open from over there.
You can't get too far away from Katerina, so it's best to have her as close as possible to you and the valves, or whatever they're called, to open the gate.
Hurry, Ezio.
Ride across the breach. I will cover it.
Guardian of Forli. Escort Catalina on horseback as she flees from the Castel Sant'Angelo. Full synchronization. Achieve a kill streak of at least 5 guards.
What are you doing? All... Whoa. Stay. Cut off his escape! I want to here! Here! Could be our man. Yeah! We'll get him.
Go to Isola Tiberina. Find Machiavelli there. You'll be waiting for me.
What about you?
Someone has to stay here and distract the guards.
Get back in one piece, or I will never forgive myself.
Go!
Get back here!
dead.
Quick! Back to the castello! Ora! Ora, kill him! Forza! No!
Alright, surely I've got the 5 streaks 10 times over by now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's good game. Make even the courtesans separate. Brilliant fucking idea.
I've never seen a stranger man, truly.
Now, in all that, I didn't actually take notice. Did I actually get the optional objective done? I did. Good. Ma che fa?
Here drums are to report all access.
It used to be we could make.
Come, friends. Here the customer is always right. Davvero. As guided by...
Ezio.
Where is Machiavelli?
I could not find him.
I brought the Contessa here.
Caterina.
Care to tell us where you have been?
Looking for Ezio. What of Cesare and Rodrigo?
Cesare rode off before I could get close to him, and Rodrigo was somewhere else entirely.
That is odd. Rodrigo is usually at the Castello.
Very odd indeed.
What a waste. No offense.
None taken.
With Cesare gone to Urbino, we must build our forces.
I thought we intended to strike now.
Impossible. Cesare commands a massive army in Romagna. You would never reach him.
I say we work here, in Roma. Erode the Borgia's influence, while restoring our own. And in fact, I want to begin right now. Volpe, bring Claudia and Bartolomeo here. Machiavelli, meet me outside. Take care of her. The Borgia rob everything from the people to maintain power.
What do you intend to do?
We will recruit him to our cause.
You cannot be serious.
To win this war, Machiavelli, we need loyal soldiers. By recruiting enemies of the state, we arm those who have been disarmed by the Borgia.
Go then. Recruit our first novices.
Man of the people. Fight with 2 citizens of Rome against the oppression of the Borgia and recruit them for the Assassin's Guild. Full synchronization. Do not lose more than 5 health squares. I like to call this guy Potato Head.
Assassin! The liberation of Roma has begun. If you choose to flee, do so now. But if you choose to fight, stand with me against the Borgia.
I am tired of hiding in the shadows. I will join you.
Then seek Niccolo Machiavelli on Isola Tiberina, and we will make you one of us. Their lies will no longer mask your truth.
What's he doing?
Lucky, oh my god, the character is a spitting image of a FIFA YouTuber from the UK called Bateson. Really? Never noticed that before? Yeah, I've never actually seen the person before. As in, like, the person you're referring to, but... he's the dude I like to call the Potato Head.
I see him! Go!
The liberation of Roma has begun.
Grazie. My skills are limited, but if you will have me, I'll fight with you.
Alright, so we're going to recruit more because I want to get the Arrow Storm ability, which is really cool. When the 3 bars fill up and you use it, all enemies in a certain radius get automatically shot by an arrow and killed one shot. Lucky, like so similar. That's tickled you. So now every time you see that guy, you'll be like, oh yeah, I've seen someone in an Assassin's Creed game who looked exactly like him.
Must be a drunken wager or something. assassin could use our help, I'm sure. But how? What can we do?
The liberation of Roma has begun.
Grazie for my life. You have shown what these degenerates lack. The qualities of a true leader. Please, take me with you.
You hurt someone pulling stunts like that.
Hey there, Barnes. Good evening to you as well. Welcome on in. I hope it's going good.
Oh, that is why not have a statue in the garden? Come, friends, the stars are alive. Are you done yet?
The liberation of Roma has begun.
Messere, you have saved me. Only allow me the honor, that I may serve you.
Lucky they're also keen. Would have been funny if they coded a couple to just be like, yeah, cheers mate, and they walk off without being recruited. It would have been, actually, to be honest. Would have been cool if they did that. Just add something a bit different.
Hey, what's wrong with you? Please.
He's like, please, be careful.
Such faith as you have, I can only... Oh, that is impressive.
Yeah, still going pretty good. I've had to sort of like be more careful because usually when I play this game, and it goes for all Assassin's Creed games, I'm pretty reckless when it comes to Ezio running across stuff or whichever character it might be, and you know, just accidentally like dropping or, you know, doing something that causes fall damage. So for me personally, it's been one of those challenges where it might not be that challenging for other people, but for someone who goes on autopilot in these games sometimes, like me, it's pretty much a thing. I have to actually focus sometimes really strongly on making sure I'm taking a route downwards that won't cause fall damage to happen. Like there was a tomb where you have the enemies throwing shit at you and attacking you as you're trying to climb up this thing in the middle. So I got to that spot very quickly. It was one of those missions too where the optional objective was finish it in under 8 minutes. So I had a time constraint to consider as well as not taking fall damage. And when I got to that part, I had enough time up my sleeve to take that part really slow. So as I went up, I killed each enemy group that was attacking me, and then before moving on.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
I thought I was dead there. Thank you. But the Borgia will still be the death of me. Unless you know how to fight back.
That dude looks like he's put his face in honey, but hasn't washed it since. Barn, I saw you take a fall in Tomb Raider playthrough and really felt for you. Back to the beginning. For you couldn't do that. Oh yeah, exactly. Doing that no death challenge, yeah. If I die at any point, I have to restart from the start. It's just so frustrating because then you think about all the cutscenes that can't be skipped, especially cutscenes that are 3 minutes long, yet a cutscene that's 2 or 3 seconds long can be skipped. Just doesn't have any logic to it. Lucky really had to concentrate after Odyssey when there was no fall damage after you got that ability. Completely forgot when you played Valhalla and threw yourself off a mountain. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very easy to do as well. It's very easy to fall into that sort of like zone where you're not 100% concentrating, and there's certain situations where you might fluke not falling or taking damage. Yeah, it was pretty shiny actually, Lucky. That dude's character model. His face. Hey there, Anasune. How's things going? Speaking of challenges, out of the ones you remember, do you have a favourite one that you've done? Let's see. One of my favourites was doing the knife-only challenge with Syndicate. It's actually pretty fun. What was another one that I really liked? No upgrades with Unity. That's probably my favourite one to do, actually. Going through the game without getting... Not only not getting any, you know, better gear pieces, but not getting any better weapons. And also, not actually getting any of the skills that you can unlock either. Which includes getting the ability to use rifles and pistols. So in doing a playthrough like that, you're really getting tested on your stealth, because hidden blade kills, as soon as you get up near an enemy, are a guaranteed one-hit kill. So, but when you're in combat though, it makes you think a bit more, because the stronger the enemy and you fighting with the weakest weapon the game gives you, the only projectile weapon you can actually use doing a no upgrade like that is the crossbow, or the phantom blade, I mean. Bunch, you must try that face in a bowl of honey beauty treatment. Yeah. At the very least, you'll be able to enjoy honey. I mean, that's if you like it. I do like honey, but I don't have it a lot. But sometimes I don't mind having it on toast. On sandwiches as well. But I never have it on its own though. I always have butter with it. Although, if you offered me a sandwich and said, would you like to have this, and it only had honey and no butter, I'd still accept the offer and eat it. But I prefer honey sandwiches with butter on it as well. Oh, now I'm not counting that. I'm not counting that. How bullshit was that? Like, seriously, that was bullshit game.
Leave this place. As you value your life, run.
I'm not actually going to accept that. Fuck off, game. It's still funny though that that happened, but I'm not going to accept it as taking fall damage, because that's something completely out of my control, you know. Absolute bullshit. And of course, the assassin recruit is dead now. Thank you, game. But yeah, anytime in any challenge, really, if the game does something that's out of my control, it's not counted. Lucky, for sure that was a beauty treatment in ancient Egypt. Honey sandwiches are elite. Yeah, they're very delicious as well. But yeah, honey sandwiches. And imagine that would be a beauty treatment back then. Her buns, you can rub your bread on your face. Lucky, no fucking way, delete the VOD. That was just ridiculous. Definitely not counting that. You don't suppose they've got another suit back there, do you? That one looks a bit tight for me.
I'll have your throat ripped out before you can...
Thanks for redeeming that, Harbinger. Which movie is that from?
The liberation of Roma has begun.
Grazie for my life. You have shown what these degenerates lack. The qualities of a true leader. Please, take me with you.
Yeah, Anasune. Like, how bullshit was that? Do an air assassination on a target, and the game takes Ezio and out of my control, moves him, and glides him along, and then drops him on the ground. Absolutely ridiculous. There we go, now we have the Arrow Storm ability. Love using this. That's from AC Syndicate when Evie gets the dress. Imagine Arnie in it. Oh, of course, yes. Now I know where that's from. But yeah, could you imagine Arnie trying to run around in that? Lucky Game tried to send you back to Florence. It sure did. It was like, we don't want you here, Ezio. We want you back in Firenze. And so you wonder if left-handed assassins wore their hidden blade on the right. Yeah, not actually sure, to be honest, really. I guess the hidden blade, because you can use it on either arm, I guess it was also dependent. Like someone who was left-handed but felt more comfortable using their right hand would be able to use it on the right.
That's hardly an endearing display. In the wall above the cheese merchants, please have the decency to return it. God will thank you.
Exactly, have the decency to return it.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Qualche spicciolo per... You ever pulled that flag?
Just want to check something. Yeah, good. I'm still in sequence 4. That's good.
The liberation of Roma has begun.
You have saved this life. Please, take it and do with it as you will. I will repay your kindness with my sweat, blood, and loyalty.
Just your loyalty would be good, thanks. We don't need your sweat or your blood to be given to us, thank you. We're not that kind of organization. We don't ask our followers to give us a dram of blood or spit or sweat or anything else like that, thank you. Your loyalty is just fine. Anasune, something else you're doing apart from changing the language during your Ezio trilogy playthrough is making sure to keep Ezio at full notoriety, pretty much making him an outlaw. That's a cool way to play it, actually, because obviously there'll be points where the game won't let you do that, but that's actually an interesting idea of how to play through one of these games.
I'll have un fiorino.
Out of the way.
What exactly prompted that outpouring of
Who did this?
That monster, Malfatto!
Did you see him?
That way!
Serial offender. Malfatto hunts girls near the T-bar. Locate and kill him. Full synchronization. Kill your target using the assassin recruits.
Oh, Mina, I told you not to come out here.
Watch where you're going.
I've never seen a stranger. Qualche speed.
Animale. Requiescat in pace.
Please, just leave me be! I'm not a party to any of this! Son of a... Run! Dio beato, not another spoon. Hey! You wish to enjoy the finer points of the law?
And so, you know, you like how they're just courtesans conveniently spread out like breadcrumbs that just so happen to lead you to the killer. Exactly, you know. Imagine in real life that kind of setup that they'd have to do, you know, like... It's like, I'm just gonna wait till someone comes along running who looks like they might be running after the killer and point in their direction. So this character here, this little boy, is actually voiced by Angela Gallupo. And they're her other roles in the series. I should point out that in Black Flag, there's two versions of Jennifer Kenway. There's the child version, when Edward first meets his daughter Jennifer, and then there's also the adult version in the after-credits scene that takes place, where we see an older Edward and his daughter Jennifer is now an adult. But Angela actually voices both versions, the child version and the adult version of Jennifer Kenway.
Bambino, why do you cry?
They're going to take my mama on a boat ride. They say I will go on the next one.
Who?
A man from the castle came with guards and arrested us. He scared me.
They are scary. But you look very brave.
Will you bring my mama back?
Human cargo. Find Silvestro Sabatini. Get his name. Silvestro Sabatini. Kill him and free his slaves. Full sync. Kill your target using the assassin recruits. That's true, Anasune. That's right. Yep. Also voiced this character here.
Where did they take your mother?
Down that street.
Good. Do you have some place to go for now?
My uncle's.
Go there. Do not stop to talk to anyone.
The bashful died, eh?
There we go. I was talking earlier about a herald who tells a story about a statue that weeps blood. But when he actually says about it, he says, the statue wept bread upon the blood. Not the other way around. Wept blood upon the bread. He says, wept bread upon the blood. I've always wondered if that's actually a mistake, or if they did that on purpose because they figured that some players don't really listen to what the herald's saying anyway, so we may as well put some error there to see if people actually notice. But I don't actually know the reasoning why they did that, but it should be the other way around. It should be wept blood upon the bread, not weep bread upon the blood. Although, I mean, weeping bread seems more painful than weeping blood.
I appeal to you.
We have to tail this guy. I was just about to run up and assassinate him, and then I'm like, no, Rod, you need to actually tail him.
Have you been drinking?
Must have you drinking the good stuff.
Not like any other I've ever seen. Not a very good before, aren't you? Funny, huh?
The bashful died, eh?
Are you suffering the infernal swamp malaria? I've just
A procession to mark San Vincenzo de Bernazzano's crossing the road with the leg of San Duarte will be blessed by the bringing out of Giotto's Ascension and San Torsola's left arm. Several Rioni will be visited.
I am sorry, Franz. Your father was a good man, though I understand the bind he was in, sacrificing himself for the good of the people.
We must ensure the kidnappings continue.
But children, Silvestro.
To secure his reign, Cesare needs to control the populace. Fear keeps them quiet.
I can hardly look at you.
Please, Valencia. Soon, all this will be behind us.
Are you afraid of him?
Who? I am afraid of no one.
Did he do that to your hand? My apologies. That was out of line.
Please go.
I am sorry.
Requiescat in pace.
And so now you kind of like Ezio's cape. It looks decent. It isn't too big in your opinion, like Eivor's is. Yeah, I think they did a great job with the proportion of Ezio while he's wearing his cape. It's actually a really ornately designed outfit, and that's the thing, like, the amount of detail even in these earlier games for the time was great. Obviously there's even more detail now that they can go into, but even Assassin's Creed 1 for its time actually has a lot of great details in a lot of stuff, especially when it comes to not just how things look, but also the reasoning behind why they look the way that they do. And the idea that the assassin's hood is almost like the beak of an eagle when you look at it from a side profile. And then when you have the character crouching when on a viewpoint, the way that things fall and their legs, it almost looks like a bird who is perched and is putting its wings behind its shoulders, flapping it out kind of thing. You know, and trying to find names that actually mean eagle in different languages or something similar. So there's also that kind of stuff that goes into designing things, and obviously with Ezio versus Altair, a completely different time period, so there's a lot of flashy kind of like expensive looking details on the assassin outfit to actually suit the time period that Ezio's living in. I know I could have pressed skip, but I just love the way that that sounds, plus the echo at the end. Alright, so let's give an upgrade of armor to our recruits that actually have the points rod. Can't give it to everyone. Alright, so we can put them on contracts, but I'm not going to worry about that for this playthrough. However, for Assassin's Creed Revelations, I will be doing them all, because you need to, if you want to do all the Master Assassin missions, you need to make sure that you're upgrading your assassins fully. Need a certain amount fully upgraded. I understand. Now, you think having Jacob or Connor just been called Eagle may have sounded weird. That is so true, yeah. But the interesting thing about design choices is when you think about the cape, and you also think about which arm the assassin's wearing the cape on. See how Ezio puts it around him like that? It's a good concealment tactic, so he can conceal the hidden blade even more. And in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, while they do bring back capes for Evie at least, it's not done for a reason of, you know, concealing the hidden blade. It's more done just to pay tribute to Ezio by having that as a thing. So sometimes the reasoning behind why they add something doesn't have any deep kind of thing to it. Sometimes it's just basically a simple referencing that they're doing. But I think when you're creating something anyway, whether it gets shown or not in the final result, I think it's important to have a kind of logic as to why things are the way they are. It's like when someone's writing a backstory for a character, they need to have a logic as to why the character is the way they are when we meet them in the story. You know, if they want to have a character be a certain way, when we're born, we're not given like a personality that will be with us for the rest of our lives. You know, our personality can change depending on what we experience and all that kind of stuff. So when you're coming up with a character for something, it's always good to have some kind of logic as to why did they become an angry person. You know, and have that, even if it doesn't come through in the actual story that the audience might see, as long as it's actually there.
Ezio, over here.
Now there's something cool that I didn't find out until last time I played this. An unexpected visitor. Discover the source of the mysterious voice. Now there's something I need to do first before I actually continue. This is of course the voice of Leonardo da Vinci. just prepping the actor's IMDb to post it in chat when we actually get to the cutscene.
Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here.
I'm going to show you something that I only figured out last playthrough.
Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here.
Never knew this until January this year. I've played this game at least once a year since 2010 when it came out. I did not know that when Leonardo is talking while inside the box, they've actually applied lip movements to Ezio's character model.
Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here. Ezio, come here. Psst, Ezio, over here.
Hey there, Lidus. How's it going, dude?
Ezio, come here.
There we go. I thought it was funny.
Ezio, over here.
Chi è là?
Ezio!
Leonardo!
I knew you were behind the break-in at Sant'Angelo. It is good to see you, friend.
Come here.
Forgive me. The Borgia have commandeered my services. Actually, they would have killed me had I refused.
What do they want?
War machines. I have constructed weapons for all the Borgia guards and other terrible monstrosities besides. They are very well designed, Ezio. Here, the names of the Templars overseeing their construction. Cesare intends to supply his army with my creations. You must dismantle them.
Grazie. I will take care of the plans and the machines.
There is far graver news, I am afraid. They have the apple.
Yes, I know. I gave the apple to Mario.
I am sorry, Ezio. Cesare left it in my hands to study, to make it work. Then Rodrigo took it from me. I know not where.
I will recover it in time. Leonardo, I've lost all the Codex inventions you once fashioned for me.
Remaking them will be easy. I never forget the design. But you must compensate me for the raw material.
Really? They're not paying you at Il Vaticano?
Very, very little. If we are to do this, we must appear to not meet at all.
A hand pointing.
It's pointing to where you should sit. So, sit!
Yes, Maestro.
Maestro. Lidus, why in God's name does Ezio say Da Vinci's lines? You're dead. Yeah, it's so funny that something like that was programmed. Harbinger, Ezio possessed by the demonic spirit of Leonardo da Vinci. That's probably what it is. Leonardo has the ability to make people's mouths move when he talks.
I must return to my workshop. Wait here.
I can kill double the guards.
Desmond, I've scanned Leo's location into the map so you can keep track of him when he moves. To synchronize with Ezio, you will have to destroy Leo's machines. I've marked the whereabouts of the Templars overseeing their construction. I'll update the map when the machines' locations are found.
Alrighty then. because Ezio has enough money, and Leonardo should be turning up, so I've got his markers on. War machines. Definitely doing them as part of the playthrough this time around. Maybe they're not available yet. Oh well, not to worry. I'll get to that soon enough. Honestly, out of context, this scene sounds like their precious piece of fruit got stolen. That is true. Anyone listening to their conversation would think, precious piece of fruit must have been stolen from someone named Mario. Wonder if he's a fruit grower.
Isn't that illegal? Not my bro.
Harbinger, the memory with the tank has the only AC Brotherhood side objective that you haven't completed. Yeah, that one can be damn tough. I might even actually use the glitch that lets you do it without taking damage. At least when you get to the last part of it, though. It just depends on how many attempts it takes. I'll try to get it genuinely without using the glitch, but if it takes an hour to get, then I'm just gonna use the glitch tactic. So once I do all of Leo's war machines, we'll be getting the parachute. However, I won't be able to use the parachute as part of the challenge, except in instances where it actually is required, like there's a thief mission where you have to race another thief, or at least race through the checkpoints left for them, and you have to use the parachute at the start of it, so that part will be exempt. Then there's also an actual main story mission where you can use the parachute as well. Although, that particular one I might wait till I get to it to decide. Because if there's a way to get down without using the parachute, in a way that still gets me to the apple before Cesare gets to it, then I'll still be able to adhere to the rule of the challenges. There we go, now his other things appeared on the map. Understood Nada's account if you try to do Leap of Faith but Ezio somehow misses. Not in that case, no. Because I'm taking the risk by doing the Leap of Faith. It's only in that instance that happened where I pressed the assassinate button to do an air assassinate, but Ezio glitched into the thing which flew him up in the air and made him glide along and then dropped him to the ground and took damage. Anything that's caused by a glitch, I don't count. But something like that, though, I'd have to count it. Ah, that's right, of course, right. Yes, I know, game. I know. I just accidentally had a lapse in memory about it. Keep your hair on, Architecto.
Back for more designs?
Hell yeah. Climb leap glove.
Wait here. I will be back soon.
Now nothing will be out of my reach.
Back for more designs? Bene. I will return shortly.
Just a small sting, and my enemies will fall.
War plans. Kill the Templar Overseer to recover a map showing the location of one of Leonardo's war machines. Full synchronization. Send the mercenaries into a fight. Do I have the mercenaries unlocked? I do. Yep, cool.
Bene, al lavoro.
You'll die! You're mine! Ah!
Dai, mesto with the wrong crew.
And Asuna, you don't know why they didn't let you use Climb Leap from the start, keeping it consistent, instead of changing it to actually Ezio can only do Climb Leap with this glove. That's just in your opinion though. Yeah, I mean it makes sense in terms of the fact that it's what you need in Assassin's Creed 2 to have him actually do in the first place. But it's one of those discrepancy things that just happens in video games. It happens in movies too, but it's one of those things you can't really reconcile it completely. There's still a level of disbelief you have to put into it. Because yeah, other assassins later in the other games don't need a Climb Leap glove to be able to do it. I mean, it makes sense that he would lose the glove, because it's one of the things that he loses at the start of the game when Monteriggioni gets attacked. So these war machines, you don't actually have to do all of them if you don't want to. This is the only one the game actually forces you to do. Outgunned. Leonardo's designs have resulted in a machine capable of cutting down 100 men in mere seconds. It cannot be left in the hands of the Borgia. Full synchronization. Do not kill anybody before destroying the blueprints.
Watch the weapon carefully.
We must be ready to take it to safety, should anything happen.
Hold on. That one is very almost. Hold on. I know that.
Stealing the weapon!
Here!
Nice try. How many of these things are there? Die! Il mondo è migliore.
There we go, full sync done. And as soon as yes, just behind a torch is a perfect place to put important documents that could light. Exactly, it's the way that you do it. It's like people who light up a cigarette near a petrol bowser. You know, the kinds of things that you hope everyone wants to do. But yeah, that wasn't very logical for them to do that with the plans.
Ridding this kid of its rats.
For him on his recent travels. He notes there was some consternation.
Alright, let's do another one. There's 4 in total. I love that moment where he separates the horses from the carriage and sort of like surfs for a little bit before actually getting to the top of it, and then turning around and shooting the barrels to blow up the weapon. It reminds me, I think the best thing about the Assassin's Creed movie is actually the parts set in the past. But there's a really cool chase sequence on carriages and horses in that movie as well. So I think if they had less present day stuff in the movie, just enough for audiences who didn't know anything about the series to actually understand what was going on, but after that point just let the rest of the movie take place in the past and don't cut back and forth to the present day character actually using it, I think the movie would have been a bit more focused and tighter as well. But there was a whole subplot to that movie that was actually deleted. There was actually going to be a descendant of a character that in the past, her ancestor was actually married to the main character's ancestor. And there was going to be some kind of like, you know, connection scene between the two characters. But that was completely taken out of the story. So there is something from the original script that was actually taken out of the final thing. But I think if they made those other changes as well, set more of the movie in the past, that would have made it a better movie, I think. War plans. Kill the Templar Overseer to recover a map showing the location of one of Leonardo's war machines. Full synchronization. Use a smoke bomb to stun the Overseer. I'm so glad that I didn't take fall damage from that height. That was lucky. That was me being reckless and completely forgetting I was doing a challenge. It's very easy for me to fall into that in these games. Because otherwise, I don't really give a shit if I take damage from falling. I just heal myself or just keep on going. But in this challenge playthrough, I need to make sure that I'm extra careful. Alright, so this is the bomber mission. This one isn't that bad for getting the thing. However, I've got to be careful in this one. Flying Machine 2.0. Leonardo has redesigned his flying machine with a light cannon, creating a deadly aerial weapon. Ensure that the Borgia never get to use it. Alright, so with this challenge, especially this one with the bomb, now if I die because I hit the ground in the flying machine, I'm still counting that against the challenge, so I've got to be very careful with this. But if I fail the full synchronization by getting shot while using the bomber, I am allowed to restart the memory, because that's not getting killed or crashing with it. That's only me not getting shot. Leonardo has redesigned his flying machine with a light cannon, creating a deadly aerial weapon. Ensure that the Borgia never get used to it. Full synchronization. Never get to use it. Full synchronization. Do not get shot while using the bomber. Hey there, Molecule. Welcome on in. Boo, restart. Hey, how's it doing? How's it doing?
Bizarre. What?
Are you bored? Are you, Molecule? Well, hopefully you can find something to change that. There he is. Absolutely, Buns. Got to be very careful in this mission too.
Give me the plans. No! I will not! Stop! Stop! Where are the plans?
Past the guards. In my house. It is the last one.
And the machine?
In the tower. On top of the fortress.
Grazie.
Stunts like that.
He is the appointed one, his hands are his three, for all who dare to cross his path. What would make a man for once?
know the time.
The first design was defective. Everyone who piloted one died. Several even exploded. But we know this one works.
Afro, this one is a massive pain. Here on PC, if you have really high FPS, the flight controls get completely broken. Really? That's fucking ridiculous. That really sucks. Alright, so here we go. We're up to the part where we fly. So if I get shot while using the bomber, I'm allowed to use that as my opportunity to restart the memory. However, if I'm about to crash on the ground, I can't just press pause and then restart memory. If I'm going to be crashing to the ground, I need to accept it and then restart the memory anyway. Which might sound weird. It's like, well, if you're going to restart the memory anyway from failing from getting shot while using the bomber and you're about to crash, then why not, you know, just not count it? But I need to count it. But also, if I just go down to the ground, I can't, you know, go restart memory simply because of that. I can only restart the memory if I actually get shot while using the bomber.
They intend to craft more weapons. Leonardo, you will help me stop them.
Cesare must know of this!
Fucking prick. Thank you so much for the raid, Shiro's house. Thank you, I appreciate it. That's lucky though, we didn't take any damage from being shot at, and I haven't fallen to my death and crashed. Come on. Finally.
Addio.
I'm glad I got that one done. Alright, so that was good. We got full synchronization and I didn't crash into the ground, because crashing into the ground would have counted as taking damage from a fall, which would have meant restarting the memory from the start. So there was two things that could have caused a memory restart there. Getting shot, or falling to my death and crashing, which would be a count to the amount of times I've taken fall damage. Which, at the moment, is still on 0. So I'm very happy about that. Thank you everyone who came in with the raid from Shiro's house. I appreciate it. For at least the music is peaceful. It is. Yeah, you could easily listen to that music on its own and be relaxed. Thanks for the GGs, Afro. I know that you put it in before the desync happened, but thank you for the sentiment of congratulations. It's good that the timing was such that it happened after the desync. Alright, so let's see where we're at. Boom, boom, boom. There we go, there's another machine, so while I'm doing them I may as well keep going. Do the next one. Can't remember which one this is though, whether it's the tank or it's the naval. Afro, damn. Hey there, Shadow. G'day to you as well. I'm doing really, really good, thank you. Things are going good. Taking care of Leonardo's flying machine. Took care of the machine gun, which is something you have to do as part of the story. The other ones after that are optional. So we've done 2 out of the 4, there's 2 left.
Have you been drinking?
What if Ezio has? Isn't someone allowed to drink and then just go running without doing anything extra, like, you know, bumping into people or anything? It's like, come on NPCs, cut Ezio a little bit of slack.
The bishop asks that Pellegrini avoid the area for the foreseeable future.
They're like, no, you can't drink and run here. We don't allow that.
as well as a purse of 2,000 gold scudi to the most man.
Shadow, did you do anything fun this Arvo? Well, my afternoon is gone now. It's 9:08 p.m. and I've been streaming for 6 hours and 36 minutes, so my afternoon went well. War plans. Kill the Templar Overseer to recover a map showing the location of one of Leonardo's war machines. Full synchronization. Use the kick attack against the Overseer. Alright, that settles them. Alright, time to do the next one. Or not. Whoops, wrong direction. Oh no, that is. Oh yeah, so this is the naval one. Porta Matronia. Loose cannon. The Borgia have constructed a deadly naval war machine based on Leonardo's designs. It must be destroyed before Cesare gains control of the seas. Full synchronization, open one of the first 3 gates.
Tell your comrades that only Eduardo may examine the invention close to make the final adjustments.
Yes, Capitano.
He travels by boat to see the mechanism now.
I'm only visiting. I don't know what's going on.
Hey there, Doxy. Welcome on in to you.
I'm not involved. Please.
Doing really well. Things are going good. Been having a good weekend. How's things with you? We're just taking on another one of Leonardo's war machines that were made.
Give me the plans.
You are the assassin, am I right? You must stop Cesare. I will help you. Let me take you to them.
Grazie.
Join the Papal Army, she said. Easy word, good pay. Now look at me, capitano di questa barca di merda.
Captain of the shitboat. I like that. Oh, you have? Shadow? Oh, cool. That's awesome that you've been able to. Would you give an explanation on what's a bogan and an ishe? So I've never actually, funnily enough, I've never heard of the word ishe before. So I'm not sure on that one, but bogan is kind of like an Australian who doesn't care that when they go out in public they wear bare feet, no shirt, you know, walking around in just like shorts, for example. Like, that's one aspect of a bogan. But there's also the idea that they're the ones that sort of have a fucking accent like this, eh? Fucking talk all the fucking like this, eh? You know, that kind of sort of thing. There's probably a whole lot of other stuff that would constitute someone being called a bogan, but for some it's actually an insult. To some it's actually a term of endearment. You know, so it's one of those things where it's kind of hard to know how to use it. You know, when you're speaking to someone. But oh, hang on, what am I doing? Oops. Oh well. Doxy, good. Studying a lot. You think you're just nervous. Well, I hope those nerves can sort of help you. Because, yeah, sometimes nerves can be good, but other times they can be something that just really, really ruins things. So I'm hoping that things go well with your studies. Yeah, that's sort of like an example of what one might sound like. But then again, that's not to say that everyone who sounds like that here in Australia is one. But yeah, one of the aspects is, you know, kind of like someone who doesn't care what they look like out in public, in the sense of what they're wearing and stuff like that, you know. Ah, damn it. Didn't get to it in time. The optional objective, I need to open one of these gates. Shadow, as you can see, you're trying to pick up the lingo, even if it's by slang. That's totally fair as well. There's also a lot of words here in Australia that, depending on which generation you grew up in, still get used, and therefore the next generation carries it forward. But there's also ones that I know of, but I don't use myself as well. Like, for example, we call a toilet a dunny. D-U-N-N-Y, but I don't use that term myself whenever I refer to toilet. But that's just an example of a word that gets used to represent something. I don't really know how that came about either, as well. Come on, slowpoke boat. Doxy, it's okay. You live in the UK, so I get you. The bog in the UK. Yeah. Yeah. That's right, Shadow. Yep, Chrissy Prezi. Yep, Christmas present. Now we can open one of these 3 gates. There we go. That satisfies the optional objective. Oh yes, service station, where you go to get like your car refilled. What else? Chuck a sickie. That's right. Yep. Have a sick day. Be like, yeah, sorry, I can't come into work today. I'm not really feeling that well. And then after you let them know, you're just, you know, sunbathing or something. Then you have drongo, which is basically another word for idiot. Doxy, you're not English native, and you weren't born in the UK. So imagine my struggle learning all of these. Oh yeah, absolutely. Because some, when you come across them, you think to yourself, what the hell is this? You know? Shadow, what was the other word? Mozzies. That's it, yeah, so that's mosquitoes. We also have snags, which means sausages. Yeah, that's a good one, Doxy. Yeah, I use that sometimes. Myself, actually.
Ready for testing? We are working day and night. My man cannot go any faster. I asked, is it ready? Nearly ready. Then you should stay tonight as well.
Doxy, the people at work will think you're crazy. They're like, what do you mean, mozzies? What are you calling me? Kind of thing. Shadow Chockers was another one, being busy, right? That's true, yep. Being busy, or it can also mean the whole place is packed as well.
It's not what you see. So you should.
Yeah, so Chock-a-Block is kind of the same. So I think Chockers might be one that was later on came into like it. I'm not actually sure though, to be honest, like which of the two came first. Need to burn the plans first, Rod. Then we go over that way. You heard that before, Doxy? Yeah, so it's pretty much the same as Chockers. When it's busy or the place is really full.
What's it?
Let us see if you can bite your master's hand, shall we?
Oh yeah, Shadow, so Bottle-O, kind of like, you know, where you buy alcohol from. That's it, yep, Liquor Land, yep. Yeah, that's actually the business name. Doxy, you feel like all this slang makes sense, not like this? Yeah, sometimes it's very easy to grasp, but then sometimes there's one where I'm even like, what the hell? Shadow, well this one will throw you for a loop. Tracky dackies. Tracky dacks. That's it, yep. Track pants. Or underdacks, which is underwear. Hehe.
Perdonatemi, Leonardo.
Mighty man, he keeps the poor from the mighty's reach. He keeps the maiden's hope and more. His lips they do beseech.
Doxy, and here you think it is sweatpants. Yeah, there's definitely something else that it could stand for too. Yeah, like sweatpants. Alright, so the only war machine left now is the tank, and I'm not expecting to get this and the optional objective done first attempt this playthrough, but I want to continue getting the rest of the war machines done.
Please, God, just let me live! Going to kill me.
Shut.
After him! Hurry!
Like, whoops, sorry dude. You still want to join?
The liberation of Roma has begun.
Grazie for my life. You have shown what these degenerates lack. The qualities of a true leader. Please, take me with you.
Una moneta per freccia. Qualche spiccio. Vi prego.
So there are also a bunch of names abbreviated to end with Za. Like, your name is Barry? Nah, it's Bazza. Sharon? More like Shazza. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely something that happens with certain names. It's funny, when I was a kid, there was a commercial here in Australia for a brand of flavored yogurt. It's not the exact same as yogurt, but it's the same kind of consistency. But it's called Yogo. Oh good, I didn't suffer full damage. When I fell, I looked at the health and I was like, shit, I lost the health. But then I'm like looking at my broadcast screen, I'm like, oh no, the health was gone before I dropped. But there was this commercial, and it was kind of stop motion animated, and there was a bus, and something was happening with it. Can't remember exactly, but there's another character on the bus who's on the phone, and he's on the phone to someone named Barry, and something happens on the bus. I think it stops very roughly or something, or there's like a crash or something anyway. And then the dude talking on the phone, who's actually an animal, I think it's supposed to be a frog, I think, but I can't remember now. The frog's on the phone, and when the shit goes down, they're like, I'll go back to you, Barry, on the phone. And that sort of became like a little bit of a catchphrase here in Australia for a little while, where people would, you know, say when something was about to go wrong, they'd be like, I'll get back to you, Barry. Shadow Lauren, you will be known as Loza. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. Like, I don't know if there's certain names that traditionally it's only done with. Like, you can certainly take anyone's name and do it, but I don't know if that's one of the ones that was kind of like the traditional one or not. It's so funny the things that you remember. Actually, I think, now that I'm thinking more about it, I think the commercial was actually a parody of Speed. Because the mascot for the Yogo brand is actually a gorilla. And I think the gorilla was supposed to be the Keanu Reeves character. That's okay, Doxy. No problem at all. I hope that you enjoy your breakfast. Shadow, also in Australia, they're called prawns, not shrimp. That's it. Exactly. Which is so funny, isn't it? You know, let's put a shrimp on the Barbie is often quoted a lot. War plans. Kill the Templar Overseer to recover a map showing the location of one of Leonardo's war machines. Full synchronization. Use the pistol to kill the Overseer. We can do that, that is for sure.
A mass will be held tomorrow for the souls of the pilgrims trapped in the fire at San Cirilo.
Messere, solo un fiorino.
I wonder if this guy's going to say the dialogue.
The old tannery has agreed a compensated departure and will relocate. The new site will be across the Tevere from Campo Marte.
Oh. Of course that civilian would just walk straight in fucking front of me when I did that.
Have at him! I'm not involved!
Hey, better ways of drawing.
Like just walk straight in front of someone. Alrighty then, so now we do the tank mission. So the optional objective in this mission is that you can't take damage while inside the tank. The problem is, it takes a long time to get to the tank. So if you have to restart the memory, you're looking at doing all that time again, just to get back up to that spot again. Tank. Montesio. Hell on wheels. Leonardo's tank is an ambitious and devastating war machine capable of changing the face of battle. It must be destroyed. Full synchronization. Do not take damage while in the tank. Not very often anymore, Shadow. When I was a teenager and in my early 20s, I did drink a lot. Quite frequently, but in later years I just stopped and only drink socially now. So I'll just have like a few beers when I go to people's places or go out. But I also put in between drinking beer, like drinking other stuff as well. And I always drink on a full stomach also.
The invention is on the guard, and I caged the spies.
Those who attempted to steal from Cesare must be punished.
Now that, Shadow, is actually one that I haven't heard myself before. Oh, really? So that's what it is. Ah, okay. Yeah, that was one that I didn't know about.
What do you want? Where are the plans for the weapon?
On the table, at the opposite end of the fortress.
The device itself?
I am not sure, but you need 3 people to work it.
Come with me then.
No, we captured 3 soldiers. They are in a cell across from the plans. They will help you.
Bene. Where is Da Vinci's machine?
Follow us. They have hidden the path, but we discovered the entrance. Only one solution for a Pinocchio.
Ah, welcome back, Doxy. Hot chocolate and velvet cookies. That sounds like an awesome conversation. That's combination. That's excellent. Shadow, what about VB Bogue's Drought? Yeah, so that's VB is Victoria Bitter, is the name of it. That's what the VB is short for. So beer and stuff. No, it's actually fall damage. Have to take damage from falling, so I'm allowed to take damage from other means, just not from falling.
Cesare intends it as the centerpiece of his forces. His army prepares for a surprise assault on Sicilia.
We will stop the attack.
We need to open the gate.
I will find a way.
Yeah, it's in the tank. When you're in the tank, you're not allowed to take damage. Full synchronization, do not take damage while in the tank. Doxy, full damage, aka gravity, is your worst enemy. You hate this mission? Yeah, this one is very, very difficult. I don't know if I'm going to get it on the first attempt, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Sometimes I can fluke it. Good thing there's water there to fall into.
There you are! Finally! You move like a cat!
This one and the flying machine, don't know which one you hate the most. Yeah, that flying machine one can be annoying, especially when you're trying to shoot the ground to get the fire on it so you can then get a boost. But sometimes it just feels like you're not getting anywhere with it.
I will lower the bridge.
Ever heard of Aussie salute? Unless that means when you give someone the finger, I think. Brushing away flies with the hand. Of course, yep. Doxy a flip. What?
Leonardo expects me to maneuver these. No instructions, of course. Go forward! Hell no! Ours can be injured. So can theirs.
Just a few more shots!
Thank you so much for redeeming that BLHVX. I'll grab that. Okay, so I've got a random Assassin's Creed character quote. What do you hope to find behind that door? Knowledge, above all else. Altair was a profound man and a prolific writer. He built this place as a repository for all his wisdom. He saw many things in his life, and learned many secrets, both troubling and strange. Knowledge that would drive lesser men to despair. So that is from Assassin's Creed Revelations, between Ezio and Sophia, when they're on their way to Masyaf. Or they're actually there in Masyaf, but they're on their way through to Altair's library. Shadow, Mr. Rod truly went for something disrespectful when thinking of an Aussie saluting. I sure did. Yeah, I didn't even consider that it could have been just, you know, waving a fly away with your hand. No, that fucking tank that was fucking to his right.
The invention is under guard, and I cage the spies.
Those who attempted to steal from treasury must be punished. Isn't that...
Yeah, that's actually a good technique to use at the start, to just hang back a bit. There's actually a glitch you can take advantage of there too, so that you don't actually have to go inside that arena, and you can still fight the tanks that come out at you. So if it takes me 5 attempts, for example, I'll just basically use that tactic.
The invention is under guard, and I cage the spies.
Those who attempted to steal from treasury must be punished.
But yeah, I went too far in the direction against the tank in front of me, and didn't think about the tank that was closing in on the side of me. And the way the tank works is, it's not a simple thing of control stick up makes it go forward, control stick left makes it go left. You actually have to basically turn it as you're moving forward to make it go in a different direction. So it's literally like tank controls in Resident Evil, for example. Exactly, Doxy, yeah. You know, so if only it was simple as, you know, you press up and then you go up, back you go back. They're like, nope. Want to try and simulate the movement of a tank. Doxy, we're never able to do the glitch. Yeah, I can't even remember exactly how to do it, to be honest. Yeah, I can't remember how you do it. So even if I do want to do it, I can't remember how to do it. But I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, because if it's going to take me 2 hours to get this done, I'm not going to worry about doing it the glitchless way.
What do you want?
Where are the plans for the weapon?
On the table, at the opposite end of the fortress.
The device itself?
I am not sure, but you need 3 people to work it.
Come with me then.
No, we captured 3 soldiers. They are in a cell across from the plans. They will help you.
Bene.
Shadow, you went to the server and bought this Arvo on the way to a mate's Barbie, but you were attacked by mozzies as you were just wearing your bathers. It was so chockers there because one of the workers had pulled a sickie and decided to bugger off for the day. So we were like, yeah, tar, but no thanks. I couldn't be stuffed waiting around to get served, so I too decided to bugger off. I like the use of tar as well, which, if people are wondering, that's a slang word for thank you, or thanks. Without thinking last time, I actually jumped down from here, but it was lucky that I didn't take damage from the fall. Shadow, you missed the crossbow. Yeah, it's so damn good.
Where is
I like
Vinci's
too that
machine?
even heavily
Follow us.
armored enemies,
They're
one
here
shot
in
with
the
it and they're
back,
dead.
But we discovered the entrance.
But we discovered the entrance.
Get him! Right here with time for a little fame, bastardo.
Really, Doxy? Tar in Wales means hello, thank you, and bye all at the same time? Jeez. Don't know whether someone would be coming or going, or what the case would be there.
No! Don't do it!
Cesare intends to put cheese on the pizza on Sicilia.
We will stop the attack.
We need to open the gate.
I will find a way.
There you are! Finally!
No matter how fast you are, they still say that dialogue to imply that you did it slowly. Even though I had a fucking head start on them too.
I will lower the bridge.
They're like, finally. Took you 20 minutes. Even though you had a head start on us. And by the time we got there, the gate started to open. Alright, so here we go. We're back up to the tank again.
Leonardo expects me to maneuver these. No instructions, of course. Oh, there!
Soak it there! Just a few more shots!
There we go. Got through on the second attempt.
No, I wish I could keep you.
I think I remembered the glitch now. I think when you activate the other tanks coming in and attacking you, I think you can back all the way back out to the previous area, and then there's like a white kind of buffer zone that you can stay inside of, and you can't take damage.
Ezio, news has spread that all my inventions have been destroyed. The disarray allowed me to work on something just for you.
What is this?
A new device to drift slowly from any height. It is not as cumbersome as my flying machine. You can take it everywhere.
Grazie, Leonardo.
Alright, so we have a parachute now, which means that unless it's something where the game wants me to use it, I'm not allowed to use it. So I've added that as part of the rule for this playthrough. Because in my mind, if I was able to use it anytime, it means that there's definitely no way I'm going to suffer full damage unless I run out of parachutes, you know, kind of thing. But that's what you get for doing all those war machines. You get the parachute. So now that I've done all that, just want to have a look at the markers I have. I want to take Leonardo off the map now. Take them off, keep them off. Assassin recruits, not worried about them anymore. There we go. So that's all the war machines completed. We're still in sequence 4. So let's finish that off now. Yeah, Doxy. So good to get that. I thought it might have taken another attempt or more. Thanks for that, Thanks for that, Barnes. I appreciate it. Yeah, so I think that's it, Doxy. I think that's what you do, because it won't desync you if you go out past it. So you can just basically use it as a shield.
Where have you been?
We all have our secrets.
I took the liberty of setting up a means of communication with your recruits. We send orders via carrier pigeon.
Thank you, Machiavelli.
Bartolomeo sends his apologies. The French have doubled their assault.
Claudia.
Ezio.
All right. I have a plan to deal with the Borgia.
We can either go after supplies or Cesare's followers.
My plan is to attack both. If we cut off his funds, Cesare will lose his army and return without his men. So, I ask you, where does he get his money? Volpe?
Agostino Chigi is the Pope's moneylender, but Cesare does business with someone else. As of now, all we know is that he is called the Banker.
I know someone who owes the banker money. Senator Egidio Troche comes in all the time and complains.
Bene. I will follow up on that lead.
French soldiers are guarding the road back into the Castello. Once Cesare arrives, you will never get to him.
I intend to kill the French general. With him dead, Bartolomeo will have the Frenchmen on the defensive, and they will abandon their posts on the bridge.
Even with those troops gone, the Papal Guard will continue to protect the inner gate.
There is a side entrance. Lucrezia's latest plaything, Pietro, has a key.
He was at the Castello.
Come see me later. I will have my thieves ascertain his location.
Doxy, you'll try next time. You need to play the games again for plats. Yeah, I mean, that's a good incentive to go back and replay as well. That's true, yeah, Barnes. Yeah, yesterday when I was streaming, I forgot to actually think about that as the thing, because if I wasn't doing all the war machines, I wouldn't worry, but for this annual playthrough, I wanted to do them. So I'm like, oh shit, that's right, I have to incorporate the parachutes into the rules.
Where are you going?
I am of no use to anyone without Forli. I leave to be with my children, and await the restoration of my lands.
I wish you would stay.
You are the leader of the assassins now. Unite them, Ezio Auditore, and take back Roma. Vittoria agli assassini!
Vittoria agli assassini.
And there we go, that's the second love of Ezio's life going. His first, Christina, unfortunately was killed, and Katerina leaves. New items unlocked at blacksmith shops. New items unlocked at art merchant shops. New contract assignments unlocked, good. New assassination contracts. New courtesan assignments, cool. Last time I didn't actually notice these messages to know if there was more. There's more courtesan and more contracts and stuff. So that works out well. Doxy, she screams that and then gets an arrow to the head. You would laugh so hard. Yeah, the Borgia had snipers just secretly hiding there and just waiting for a sign for them to actually be able to shoot. Alright, because we've actually finished another sequence, we're going to leave the Animus just to see if there's any dialogue with the other characters. I can't remember which one of the sequences it is where, after it's done, there's no more conversations until you get the next sequence done. So I'm going to take note of that for future playthroughs so I know when I don't need to get out.
Fast.
What happened to Caterina Sforza?
She went back to Florence and petitioned unsuccessfully for the return of her lands. Then she died of pneumonia.
That's sad.
That's life. Well, that's death, technically, but you take my point.
So it's interesting, I always like to point out when Desmond says, that's sad, the way he says it, he's saying it almost as if he knows what Ezio felt when she left. So when he is responding to Sean, telling him that she actually died, he's also feeling the sadness that Ezio felt. Because when someone's using the Animus, they actually do feel the emotions of the person that they're experiencing memories of. And they know what they're thinking as well. So when Ezio feels that way, the sadness at Caterina leaving, Desmond feels that as in the memory as well. So I always like to point that out as a little subtle thing that I like that they did. Sean is understandably separate from it because thousands and, like hundreds and hundreds of years have passed. From his perspective, there's no real kind of like sympathy there or anything like that. Not that he doesn't like Caterina, but he's so far removed. Whereas Desmond, even though he is technically so far removed, he's the one that's been with Ezio for weeks now, and he's getting to, know Ezio really, really well because he's actually knowing what he's thinking and how he's feeling. Alright, so there's present day dialogue after sequence 1, 2, 3, and now 4. So I want to keep track of that for future playthroughs. Doxy, yes, you can see in his face exactly, you know, a little bit of a subtle thing, because you might just think, oh yeah, he's just responding that because, you know, that's his reaction, but he's reacting from a very, you know, kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? A very personal perspective, even though it wasn't him personally who lost Katerina, but he felt the emotion that Ezio felt.
We ever gonna visit the head assassins? I heard about this meeting place when I was younger.
Apparently it exists, though I'm not sure, because I've never been.
You'll get to see it once we have the apple.
Well, I expect amazing things. A private espresso bar, for example.
What a waste of money.
You obviously aren't an espresso drinker. I'm busy right now.
We gonna get any food in here?
People who don't work, don't eat. I'm kidding. You knew I was kidding, right?
Right. Smile and nod.
Someone just volunteered to get the food.
It was worth it.
Right. Smile and nod. I love how he says that. It's funny when he mentions the espresso machine, because in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, in 2013, Rebecca and Sean actually infiltrate the Abstergo Entertainment facility, and they basically go undercover there. And he goes undercover as an espresso employee at a little booth, and Rebecca pretends to be a courier. And now we have all the food that Sean got. So if you don't go back out and experience this, this is something you can miss.
Carnivore.
Hypocrite. Did you know plants give off chemicals which attract predatory insects when they're attacked? Sounds pretty animal-like to me.
You know too much for your own good.
That's what my priest used to say.
Priest. They really are doxy, you know. And it's kind of tongue-in-cheek, the fact that two assassins who would be well known to Abstergo and actually using their real names managed to infiltrate an Abstergo facility without anyone actually realizing. Just amazing, you know what I mean? Like, you would think that at least someone on the security team would have a profile of all the assassins that they need to be mindful of, and actually be like, we just saw two people who are high priority assassin targets go into the Abstergo facility. Doxy, to be honest, Abstergo are a bunch of dummies. They definitely can be. Sometimes it's like, really?
Sometimes I feel so disconnected from everything out there. Nearly a decade of my life gone, searching for those pieces of Eden.
Think how great you'll feel when we finally stop the Templars.
I'm not sure it will ever end, Desmond. I can't do this forever.
I don't buy it. The Lucy I know brought me here and taught me how to see. She would never give up.
I guess I trained you pretty well, huh?
You did all right.
Too bad you're a Templar, Lucy. There we go. I've already collected all those heirlooms. Just wanted to go outside to get that dialogue with Lucy. Doxy's security is not their expertise. Nah, they're pretty much like, nah, the assassins wouldn't think to try and infiltrate one of our facilities. They wouldn't be dumb enough to do that, would they? We won't worry about, you know, putting any sort of extra measures in then.
We don't have time for chit-chat.
Chit-chat?
There's no time to talk.
We don't have time for chit-chat.
How's the power situation?
It's okay for now, but the power lines are from the Stone Age.
Bloody third world country!
You're talking about Italy.
No, Europe in general.
I didn't know England was a third world country.
England is not in Europe, actually, Rebecca. We tolerate Europe, you know? Like a person tolerates herpes.
How did you manage to create a copy of the Animus?
Ah, you know, Lucy sent me schematics.
I thought she couldn't get anything out of Abstergo.
She had her ways. I improvised on the rest.
Huh.
Focusing on this.
Doxy, no budget for that when they need to dig brains. That's true. It's like, that's not in our budget forecast. We're not allowed to cater for that. Little he knew, UK doesn't tolerate Europe anymore, lol. Yeah, how long has that been since? Because this game, the present day, is set in 2012. AC1, 2, this game, and Revelations, and 3, the present day, all takes place in the same year, 2012. But it wasn't until Black Flag came out that they decided to make the present day story take place in the same year that the game comes out in. So Black Flag, it's 2013, and so on and so forth. So it was 2020. There we go, of course. So much later. Yeah, little did Sean know that would happen.
Baby's all ready for you.
Alright, so I'm not going to have a break, but I would like to actually get a new drink. I finished mine a while ago. So I'll be back in a few moments. Alrighty then, I'm back. Just out of curiosity, 47.52% total sync. Okay, so there's these things called Christina memories, for those who don't know. Christina is a character from Assassin's Creed 2. She was actually Ezio's first love, and in this game, Ezio is kind of like remembering memories of her. And I like to think that canonically he starts to feel that way after Katerina leaves and makes him reminisce about, you know, the other love that he's lost. And those memories cover that. And they also show you things that weren't in Assassin's Creed 2, giving you a little bit of extra kind of like little story stuff as well. But how many there are, I think there's 5 or 6. I can't remember exactly now. But the thing about them is that each one unlocks when you reach a certain total synchronization point. I don't know every single synchronization point. All I know is that the final one unlocks at 75%. So when it hits 75% total sync, I'm actually going to do all those Christina memories one after the other. Some are already available for me to do, but I rather play them all in one, because then you get the strength of the story that they tell in one sort of like swoop, instead of having it piecemeal every so often. Thanks for the welcome back, Doxy and Shadow. I appreciate it. So we're not going to jump straight into the sequence yet. I also have some new contracts that have popped up. Same with courtesan assignments as well. It didn't say any more thief missions became available. But I'll still check out that way, just in case. That's okay, Shadow. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk. Thanks for being here too and for chatting for a bit. Plus, it was good to, you know, talk to you about some of the Australian slang words and stuff.
Not like any other I've ever seen.
Not a very good distance. He is too good. A true inspiration. Mass will be held tomorrow for the souls of the pilgrims trapped in the fire.
Doxy, that was fun. Thank you, Shadow. It really was fun, you know, because it's just so funny, and you wonder where the origin of those words came from. Because there's a lot of slang words that I just learned growing up, but never questioned the origin of them.
They want to appoint me.
Alright, so there's no new thief contracts, but there will be new assassination contracts, so I'm going to go over and do that. But let's actually increase... it doesn't matter in this playthrough. There's no point getting those parachute bags.
Well, next time. Ciao.
Hey there, Lizzie, good morning to you. How's things going?
Come, distinguished cliente. I may be...
There we go. Get that sorted.
One man's coin is as good
Oh
as
no, Lizzie got cramps. Jeez, I absolutely hate those. I also hate them when I'm just sleeping and then all of a sudden you just feel this pain in your legs and I just instantly jump up and start walking around. And hope I haven't left something near my bed that I'm going to tread on in the process. But I really hope they stop soon. Because that kind of stuff is just really, really painful.
Situation.
Ah, I forgot about that cluster that's here. I'll get rid of that first. Forgot about it. I'll get this while I think about it. This will be cluster 7 of 10.
Loading.
The capitalists think we run these companies for profit. The fools. Those fools work for you. Optional slavery in exchange for pieces of paper. Doesn't that strike you as foolish?
Optional slavery in exchange for pieces of paper. Doesn't that strike you as foolish? Fire, water, and earth are contracted with the complacency of the people, away from the people. There we go, finally got it.
Loading.
Just through guessing. Process of elimination.
Scanning. 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 What purpose of all this? 30, 476, 1337, 1431, 1520, 1770, 1861, 1914, 1929, 1939, 1945, 1950, 1955, 1962, 1990, 1994, 1995, 2001. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. Emotion centers activated. Now I understand. Loading.
Democracy must die to ensure the stability of the world. Capitalism will end it.
Hey there, welcome in, welcome on in. It's going really, really good, thanks. Just got done not long ago with the Leonardo War Machines. Did the tank one last. Got through it on the second attempt without taking damage. As in, like, when you're in the tank for the optional objective. So it went really well. Does you swear being a girl sometimes sucks because monthly cramps plus normal cramps? Yeah, I mean, if it's not one thing to have to worry about, to have, you know, normal cramps on top as well, like holy shit. Making use of that created by 3, the centre behind the scenes waited for Citizens United to wed the US to the Templar as well. George W. Bush. I know it's going to be the private sector that leads this country out of the current economic times we're in. Director of Harkin, President of the United States, 2001 to 2009. We, the people. Condoleezza Rice. The growth of entrepreneurial classes throughout the world is an asset in the promotion of human rights and individual liberty, and it should be understood and used as such. Chevron Board, Hewlett-Packard Board, U.S. Secretary of State, 2005 to 2009. Row, row, row your boat. Don Evans. It is the government's role to create the conditions, the friendly environment, that will attract capital. CEO of Tom Brown Incorporated Oil, U.S. Commerce Secretary, 2001 to 2004. Guild, 745, 2001, 84, 2007. Dick Cheney. We have to make America the best place in the world to do business. CEO of Halliburton, Vice President of the US, 2001 to 2009. Donald Rumsfeld. Scour the Department of Defense for functions that could be performed better and more cheaply through commercial outsourcing. Chairman of Gilead Sciences, US Defense Secretary, 2001 to 2006. So all these numbers. Paul Wolfowitz. When it comes back to the test of whether we are doing our job or not, it's whether we're promoting development, not whether we're promoting democracy. President of the World Bank, U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense, 2001 to 2005. Alright, one more pitch to look through. Welcome, man. You just got done with a long gaming session yourself, trying to get Valhalla main story finished up. You think you're getting closer? You also started a replay on the Batman Arkham series. Oh, that's good that you're getting closer to actually finishing it. Because there definitely is a lot of stuff. Even if you were to just do the story alone, there's definitely a lot of story arcs where the pacing does feel very slow. And not in a good way. And the more I've replayed it, the more difficult it is for me to think about doing it outside of annual series playthroughs. So I don't know if I'll ever do more than one playthrough a year of that game in particular, but you never know. But that's good. That's great progress, dude. And that's awesome as well with the Batman Arkham series. I'll be doing them again as well. Hopefully, maybe I can get the Batman Origins game, Arkham Origins, for PS5. Justice Alito, I believe very strongly in limited government, federalism, free enterprise, the supremacy of the elected branches of government, the need for a strong defense and effective law enforcement, and the legitimacy of a government role in protecting traditional values. Justice Roberts, Congress may not prohibit political speech, even if the speaker is a corporation. Justice Kennedy, we now conclude that independent expenditures, including those made by corporations, do not give rise to corruption or the appearance of corruption in government. Justice Scalia, indeed, to exclude or impede corporate speech is to muzzle the principal agents of the modern free economy. We should celebrate rather than condemn the addition of this speech to the public debate. Justice Clarence Thomas, we don't issue mandates to businesses that you've got to do this and you've got to do that. Walker Man, you don't have Origins either, but if you can buy a disc off of eBay, then it's backwards compatible, but that game was never in the store for digital. The funny thing is, Walker Man, I thought the same thing too, but apparently if you put your Batman Origins disc into your Xbox 360, for example, it'll actually allow you to download the game digitally, which I thought was very, very weird, and a bit backwards really.
"16 is definitely not in the running for a marriage anytime soon, so that word wed stands out a bit. I don't see any weddings, but maybe there's something else up there, wedding related."
Loading.
Supreme Court of the United States, Washington, D.C., 2543, December 2000, regarding privatization. S. I've convinced Sandra to join the majority opinion. The enticement of retirement under a Republican president tipped the scales. Although the ruling will differ from our previous decisions on equal protection, it will not call attention to our actual goals. With Sandra gone, we can pave the way for the key majority member of the Order to be seated. As discussed, W will provide the perfect distraction. I have no doubt he will restart animosities with Iraq. Let him. It will give C's contractors more work. When the time comes, I will make sure W is given Roberts' name. With Roberts on the court, it will only be a matter of waiting for the right case. After the destruction of campaign finance laws, the company will be free to elect anyone they choose to the Senate, the House, and eventually the presidency. Soon our hopes will be realized. Government will no longer derive its authority from the people, but from us, their protectors. I don't know whose name that's supposed to be. Down the bottom. I can't read that signature.
Loading.
B8, C6, 6C, 8B. Our moves are echoes. They are not our own. There we go.
Loading. Quarantine zone.
The capitalists will do whatever we tell them to. We print the dollars they worship, after all.
It will undoubtedly cripple the ability of ordinary citizens, Congress, and the states to adopt even limited measures to protect against corporate domination of the electoral process. Justice Stevens. Cleanup of Deepwater Horizon contracted out for billions.
Quarantine lifted.
Alrighty then. 3 left. Okay, now that we've got that one, it's time to go and do these contracts that have been unlocked.
Ezio, the Borgia grow uncertain as your attacks continue. The Pope's spies move throughout the city. Fortunately, Machiavelli has uncovered their names.
Grazie.
Hey, Mux! How's things been going, dude? Thank you so much for the 20-day, 17 hours of watch time. Thank you so much for that, Mux. I really appreciate it, dude. Hope things have been going good. Oh, you have, Mux? Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for leaving those lurks. I hope that you've been doing well and that things are going good. Red letter day. Our enemy is feeling pressure as we close in. Important messages are now delivered by armored mercenaries. This tactic will not slow us. Ensure the messages die with their couriers. Niccolo. Full synchronization. Kill both targets in under 60 seconds.
I still have some. My children have not eaten anything.
There we go. That is the power of the Arrow Storm. Once you recruit enough assassin recruits, when the story lets you start to do it, you'll get 3 bars on the top left hand corner of the screen, and when they're full, with the press of a button, arrows will automatically fly down on the enemies in the vicinity and kill them in one hit. So it comes in very handy for getting missions done where there's an objective like that. Obviously there's a cooldown period, so it can't be spammed. But it does come in handy nonetheless. Walker Man, after March 3, no matter where you're at with your other games, you're only going to be playing Woe Long Fallen Dynasty until you beat it. You made 2 different characters with totally different builds already in the demo. That is so cool. So, I haven't really looked into the actual gameplay of it, but is it like you can customize your own characters, is it? Like in Skyrim, for example? Marcus, you finished Deus Ex Mankind Divided for the first time a few days ago. Oh, GG's on that, dude. That's excellent. So what did you think of it? How was it for you? Walkerman 1 is going to be a lightweight build, so you can take down bosses with speed and agility, and the other build is a very heavy armored warrior build. Nice, that's cool. It's always good in games that offer that, to give you so many different ways of playing through the game.
Hey, you need a beating?
Like how that minstrel was saying, not in the face, I need my face. It's like, sure. It's like your singing voice is bad enough, minstrel. I don't think people care about your face. Walker Man, the character creation is very detailed. You spent over an hour on each character. Wow. That's really cool. How much, how many options you can get. Max thought it was a lot shorter than you initially thought, and thought it was quite slow at the start, but once it got going you couldn't put it down. Ended up finishing after around 15 hours. Well, that's good, Mux. I'm glad that you're still stuck with it as well. And it's one of those games where, yeah, it definitely is shorter. Especially shorter than the first game. I know it's not the first Deus Ex, but you know what I mean. The first prequel, Human Revolution. But I find that with the sequel, Mankind Divided, the story is meaty enough there. But unfortunately, we didn't get the full story, so hopefully one day they'll do a third and actually finish off Adam Jensen's trilogy. Be good to get that. Mark's words cannot describe how much you hated the passcodes and key codes in that game. Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, and especially depending on what the mission is and all that kind of stuff. Bearers of bad news. The Borgia have unleashed their interrogators. If they cannot find us, they will brutalize the people of Roma until they get answers. Strike with precision, or you may be overwhelmed. Niccolo. Full synchronization. Do not let your targets call for reinforcements. War Command, then you have 5 elements to invest skill points into, and after every few points invested you earn points to learn wizardry spells for each of the 5 elements. Oh, well that's cool that by investing points you also end up earning points as well. Mux, you hadn't played any of the earlier games, so just watched that recap at the start of the game. Oh, I see, Mux, yeah. Yeah, the only game in the series that I haven't played is the original and the sequel to that one. But yeah, Human Revolution and Mankind Divided are actually prequels that take place way before. 2027 is Human Revolution and 2029 is Mankind Divided. And I think Deus Ex original game is set in 2050 or something like that. He died about 7 times in the final boss fight. Yeah, the fight with him can be so damn annoying.
There! Put that dog down!
I don't know if Ezio would have taken full damage from that, but I'm glad I actually caught the ledge in case anyway. Welcome in. The game has a ton of depth like the true Souls games should have. Well, that's cool. It's always good to have that depth as well. I mean, not everyone might, you know, explore the depths of the configuration as much as others, but it's still cool to have that as an option so that those who do have a lot to choose from. There's one of these contracts which is very annoying for me. I can't remember the name of it, but it's damn frustrating because the description of what you need to do to get the optional objective done doesn't actually match what the game wants you to actually do to get it. Mux ended up cheesing it by hiding an event, spamming EMP grenades, lethal takedowns and rinse and repeat, but for sure the game ends on a cliffhanger, so needs another game. You think after you finish start some horror games you will start Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, it really does end on a cliffhanger, and it sets up several questions about Adam Jensen as a character as well. And is the Adam Jensen that we play as in Human Revolution the same as the one in Mankind Divided, or is there a clone of him that we're playing in Mankind Divided? And the whole thing about Janus and the identity of it and who Janus actually is, and this idea that the Illuminati now have their sights on Adam Jensen, so he's put himself in the crosshairs a lot more, and where's that going to lead things and all that kind of stuff. So I really do hope that they actually do another one, and if they do, I hope that they actually want to do it as an Adam Jensen game, and I hope that they approach Elias Kaplexis to ask if he wants to reprise the role again, and I hope that if all that falls into place that Elias would say yes, because if they do a third game with Adam Jensen but Elias is not playing him, I think it's going to be very detrimental in a way, because, you know, for many people he is Adam Jensen. You know, it's kind of like Clint Eastwood being Dirty Harry or Arnold Schwarzenegger being the Terminator. It's very hard to see someone else in those roles because the original actor just makes it their own so much. But that's cool too, Mux, that you're going to start Ghost of Tsushima as well. I don't know if you knew, but I was able to actually get a PS5 finally. So in the future I'll be playing and streaming some PS5 games and some games that came out on PS3 that I missed. Same with PS4. So I'll be, pardon me, doing a playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima in the future for sure. Welcome, man. The pacing though is way faster than traditional Souls games as well, which is awesome, and unlike most Souls games you can parry every move, so it's right up your alley, stringing melee with spells and parries. Well, that's cool too, and having that experience that you have of playing their other games, it makes it so that you don't really have to have much of a learning curve to get over. Shadow, alright Mr. Rod, you give up trying to figure out the name of the signature for Cluster 7? I don't blame you at all. Like, I don't know if it's supposed to be Condoleezza Rice's signature. I don't know if it's supposed to be that Justice Scalia's signature or who it's supposed to be. It's just very, very hard to to actually decipher. Mux was just about to say, saw your Discord post a few weeks ago. You got a PS5 about 6 weeks ago. Oh, you did? Oh, excellent, Mux. That's cool. Yeah, I was totally not expecting it. Like, I didn't wake up that morning with the intention to get one. But when I went to our local retailer here, and I was actually looking at other stuff, because I went to one of our places that sells more than just entertainment products. You know, sells all sorts of stuff. Sells, you know, grocery items, sells clothing, sells, you know, furniture, like, you know, camping stuff and all that kind of thing. And I was just thought to myself, you know what? I haven't actually looked at their consoles for a while. So I went and had a look, and I asked one of the people, oh, you know, do you have any PS5s? And they're like, oh yeah, we got like 20 out the back. And I was like, oh, shit, okay. What ones do you have? Like, you know, what deals and stuff? So I went with the digital one, which is fine for me, because I was looking for that anyway. But it also ends up being the cheapest. $650 Australian is how much it was. But there was also a version there that came with 2 controllers, God of War Ragnarok, which was $900. I was like, yeah, I think 650 Australian dollars is enough to get a PS5. And if I want to get God of Ragnarok anyway, I can wait till it comes out on sale. Till it comes down on sale, I should say. Welcome, man. You probably won't get one until the price drop whenever that happens. That's understandable too, as well. You know, I was sort of waiting for price drops to happen. Mux, for so long it's been hard to get retail prices anywhere for console that weren't in a bundle, but waited long enough to get it for recommended retail price, which is £479 here. Well, that's cool though, Mux, that you're able to get it for that as well. You know, instead of paying full price for it when it came out. Welcome, man. In the US, PS5 is $50 more than Xbox Series X, and the Series X is better hardware. Really? $50 more? I mean, that's not really much of a difference, but I guess it depends on how much the other is already. The Merchant of Rome. Merchants under Borgia protection often trade favors at the expense of their honest peers. Teach them that Borgia protection is a myth. Niccolo. Full synchronization. Use the assassin recruits to assist in a diversion. Now this is the full synchronization that really pisses me off a lot. Let's see how we go with this. It'll probably take a few attempts, knowing my past playthroughs doing this. I don't do them every time I do a playthrough, so the last time I did it was probably last year's annual playthrough, which would have been probably probably not even a year ago when I think about it, because I started my annual series last year very late. I think it was May when I actually started.
Life expectancy?
There. Thanks, Blending Group. Mux, you went for disc console, so you can still play your PS4 discs. That's good as well. It's good that they still have that as a option. Welcome, man. Current price of a Series X is $499.99 plus tax. After taxes, you paid $521.13 for the Series X. The PS5 is $559.99 plus tax for the disc or digital version. They're the same price here, so after taxes will be about $600. Ah, yeah, $600. Yeah, I wonder what that would be in our dollars. I mean, obviously it fluctuates a bit depending on what's happening with currency conversion.
want to talk to you.
Oh good, I got the full synchronization. Excellent. Now that is very lucky. I wasn't expecting to actually get the full sync on that attempt. Max, when using PS4 discs, you can hear the disc spin really, really loud for about 10 seconds after starting the game. It's like, geez. It's like, why? Surely by now, that's something that has been resolved. Walkman, your dollars are worth more than yours. Don't know if that's good or bad. So for you, that's about $7.50, you think, or something like that. Yeah, see that? Like for me personally, that's when it starts to become way too expensive for me to buy a console. And I'd rather it be, you know, like $6.50 for me. Like, I would have rathered it be $500. But it's one of those things where they told me that there was heaps out the back, but that might have just been a way to make me want to get one. Thinking, oh shit, I better get it, otherwise the rest will go. But the thing about it though is I'd rather pay that much and get it now than wait more years.
Penalties will be unduly harsh until the situation is stabilized.
Isn't it illegal? Not
Hey,
my problem.
Alright, DNA, we have 50.49% synchronization. Alright, so let's have a look at assassination contracts. Alright, so there's this one here. We have some more courtesan assignments that will unlock. No more thief ones at the moment. Alright, just have a look. Yep, thought so. This is what you got to watch out for sometimes. Icons for something else hidden under another icon.
Now, why would anyone in their right mind?
Welcome, man. For the last 6 months, PS5 has been very plentiful at the local stores. All the local stores have several in stock currently. Yeah, it's good that they're finally able to, especially when you consider all the scalpers and stuff that were buying them online before anyone else got a chance to, you know, bulk buying them. Hey there, Maxi. How's it going, buddy? Good evening to you as well. Hope it's going good. Welcome, man. But the Series X is still rarer than hen's teeth. You waited 4 months for one to get into stock at the local GameStop, and you were checking every day, and you got it the day they finally got one. Well, that timing worked out well though, because something could have happened and you might have decided to go and look the next day, and then you would have gone and it wouldn't have been there, you know. Max, you doing good? Thanks, dude. How is AC Brotherhood going? That's excellent, man. I'm glad to hear that you're going well. And how is your stream? How's the rest of your stream with Syndicate? And I'm doing really, really good. Brotherhood's going well. We're doing more contracts at the moment. I did all the Leonardo War Machines, so that's all done. And I'm up to sequence 5 now in the story. And I have 3 more of the Subject 16 puzzles left to do. Still have some layers of Romulus left. But yeah, overall, making great progress. Welcome in, and the one you got was the only one they got in. That's very lucky. It turned out to be a lot of luck. Maxi, it was good, thanks. You're on sequence 5 and then did some missions with Jacob. Oh, that's excellent, Maxi. That's really good progress as well. Considering there's only 9 memory sequences in that game. I think it's 9. Could be wrong. Max, you did the mission where you had to push the cart full of explosives. Oh yeah, that one could be funny. Welcome, man. COVID still has things kind of messed up. You guess the reason why the Series X is still not readily available is because of the GPU chip. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, hopefully that changes for those who want to get one. Maxi, yeah, it's a pretty short game if you remember. It is, yeah. You know, there's some missions that unlock after you finish the main story that you can do as well. So if you do them as well, that will extend it. But if you're only just doing the memory sequences, then it's pretty short game. The Three Amici. To bolster his troops, Cesare has begun to recruit untrained soldiers. His veteran trainers are critical to his success. Find and kill them. Niccolo. Full synchronization. Kill the targets with the hidden blade. Welcome, man. And GPU chip shortage is because of COVID in 2020. So still having the after effects of that.
Help, I'm sure. But how? What can we do? Oh, Sherry. The Borgia need to suffer a blow.
Is he an entertainer or something?
Oh. Thanks, Ezio. Don't attack the enemies that were right in front of you.
Stop that man! Hurry!
Vuoi romper l'amicizia?
Don't get off so easily. Leave me alone, I swear! I've nothing to do with it! Please, just leave me be! You'll die!
Ah, fucking asshole. Falling into the water and dying. Jesus fucking Christ. Piece of fucking shit.
Marco! Why would you act like this?
Hey.
What the devil is he doing? Be brave. When do you think was the last time their wives opened their legs?
Empty stupid. Gone. I suppose it was nothing.
Get here! Please, God, just let me in!
Fine, fine! Now!
You don't need to kill me. I'm no threat.
Fine. This ends now.
You will become...
You've no business here. Now, brother.
There we go, that's better. Alright, so there's more assassination contracts in the game, but we can't do any more yet. So we've done all that we can up until this point. Same with the thief missions. Alright, so courtesan missions, the same thing. Christina memories, don't have all of them unlocked yet. The final one gets unlocked when you have 75% total synchronization. We currently have 51.48%.
a brutal, cold-hearted killer. We must all work toward his apprehension.
Life expectancy?
Use our help, special thrown in hell. But how? Would that I could what can we do? Him there now.
Doxy, your heart is beating so fast. You did a practice test and passed. Don't know why you're so nervous. Oh, that's good though, Doxy. It's good that you did a practice test.
A pleasure. See you next time.
That would have helped a bit.
There is no... You make it look easy, friend.
in no time.
What would make a man perform? Ah, of course. A woman must be involved. Most entertaining.
Doxy, you think you're nervous, because if you failed the exam, you won't have time to retake, so you're putting loads of pressure on you. I mean, it's definitely understandable if you don't have time to retake it afterwards, to want to make it the best result that you can as well. But it's good that you did that practice test. So I think that is always a good sign. If you're doing well in the practice test, then it's giving you a good head start on the actual test.
There is a war going on. Kill them all. The Borgia's days are number one.
There he is. Doxy, true, it also tells you where you fail so you can go and revise exactly, you know, and that's always a good advantage to have, instead of just going in and taking the actual test. Okay, so that's enough renovating of those for now. Alright, so let us go to the Rosa Infiore now.
I wish there was some way we could really make a difference. Such pain as you have, I can only... The colonial family wishes you to be known a great person if we have any disaster.
Per carità di Dio, come? Please.
Alright, so before we actually do this, I'm going to do more courtesan missions.
Well done, Ezio. The courtesans tell me only the loyal remain.
They speak the truth.
Then let us not delay. Ambassadors from the Spanish king and German emperor have been discovered in Roma, seeking Cesare's support. Render them impotent, my son.
Will do. Right, there's a few there. But we'll start with this one all the way back over this way.
All aspiring practitioners of the carnal arts. Permits must be obtained from the council before...
Every conceivable atrocity in this city. The assassin.
in my Assassin's Creed 2 annual playthrough that I just finished yesterday, the challenge rule I had added on top was Ezio couldn't swim. So it's good in this game to actually be able to have him swim. But I tell you what, doing a no fall damage playthrough, so far it's made me really careful, because it's very easy for me in these games to just be reckless and not care about taking damage, which means I take more risks and I don't really look too much before jumping. So for me, as a player who does that a lot, it's been very, you know, challenging for me to keep focus on that and make sure I don't lull into my false sense of security or go on autopilot.
Ezio, I will lead you to 3 ambassadors. They are here to meet with the Pope, but will answer to God much sooner than they expect. Allow me to lure them out before you start.
Doxy, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is your favorite game. AC4 Black Flag was where you met all your current friends. It's actually a funny story. You were watching the dev play the game, and you all start chatting with him, and then you became best friends. Has been 10 years of friendship. That is awesome that that happened. And you just never know, do you, sometimes, when that's going to happen too, as well. But that's awesome, 10 years of friendship from that moment. That's excellent. Definitely good to have those memories as well. Maxi, pardon me, yeah, you have to be very careful with fall damage. Sometimes you look at a jump and think, oh, I could make it, and then dead. Yeah, exactly. You think to yourself, surely I'll make that. It's not that much of a drop, and then the game is like, haha. It's almost like in Witcher 3 with Geralt, but even worse, because he can actually die from, you know, a height that other characters in other games would walk away fine from. But the other thing too, like, depending on what you do for the challenge as well, like, you might not count falling to your death as fall damage, you know, so that might take a few things out, and you might also include the use of parachutes as well. But for this one, I wanted to make sure that I didn't have much of an advantage, so I can't use parachutes unless it's actually forced. And from memory, there's only 2 moments where it is. It's forced in the story. However, I'm not even 100% sure on that now that I think about it, because maybe I can actually get down without taking damage and without using the parachute and still get to the apple in time before Cesare gets to it. But I know that there's a race that you do with a thief that takes place at the Colosseum, and you start right up the top anyway, and you need to get down to do the race. So there'll be an exception for that. I'll be able to use the parachute for that moment. Live bait. Follow the courtesan while remaining undetected as she lures out 3 ambassadors to be killed. Full synchronization. Kill a target using the ledge grab. Usually I follow the courtesan in this mission on the rooftops, but I'm going to follow them on foot this time. Yeah, Maxi, I did too. It wasn't until a little bit into my stream yesterday where I was like, oh shit, I need to add that as a rule. I mean, if you don't do all the Leonardo war machines, you don't get the parachute. But for this playthrough, I really wanted to do the war machines, because the last time I did was last year's annual playthrough.
Hans, you asked if I had any friends you could play with. I have invited one.
There? Where is she?
Wait right there. Follow.
Ezio, mate. Oh well, he's turning around now, I think.
Probably stop it, but we do something about him.
Great. This dude's like, I'm waiting. When is this person supposed to be turning up? Yeah, Ezio's having a bit of trouble there. He's forgotten how to climb up something.
Run!
I had Lara in Shadow of the Tomb Raider doing something similar, where she wouldn't actually shimmy around a corner, and it was like she was stuck and on loop while not going anywhere. And I was thinking, thank you game, this is just the moment in a no death challenge run where I don't want Lara doing anything like that, because it can really put you off and make you think you need to press something to compensate,
Not compared
to prevent
what I plan to do to
the
you.
death from happening, but that very thing could be the thing that kills you.
Peace keep you now.
Max, you already missed the Tomb Raider games. You want to get to Anniversary soon. Yeah, Anniversary is a really good remake, and they also did the game as a prequel to Tomb Raider Legend as well.
There you are. Follow me. I have something to show you.
If he won't go, I will.
No, I will take care of this.
Fine, Ron. Someone with good
Other way! Shit, run!
I can't die! I'm beautiful!
I can't die. I'm beautiful.
Addio, Ezio. Stay safe.
Oh, gee, what happened here?
There he is! Leave me alone!
Oh, gee, what happened to you? Oh, how did this happen? Shit, Ezio, what do we do? Like, who did this? Who did this killing? Who? Oh, I hope they catch the killer soon.
Watch yourself, a friend.
Doxy, Rise of the Tomb Raider was the one you put a lot of time into it. You really loved the game. Yeah, there's a lot to that game too, and I like the expansion of the gameplay to allow like side missions and stuff. I think that was really cool how they expanded that and kept that for Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. It's a really good sequel. I think they did a great job of giving the reboot Lara another adventure that, you know, it wasn't exactly the same. You know, it wasn't fighting to survive on an island against crazies. There's still that survival element in the gameplay, you know, and the idea of having camp set up and Lara needing resources and all that stuff. So there's still that element in it, but it was cool that they gave her this kind of like really adventure quest to get done. Going after a relic, you know. Because in Tomb Raider 2013, there's no real relic as such that Lara's going after. Doxy, have you guys played story only or tried endurance DLC? I've tried that, I think. There was some DLC for Rise that I didn't finish completely and I kind of lost interest afterwards. But I can't remember what it was now.
A recent increase in temperature has rendered the terme inhospitable, and several casualties have been reported.
Ezio, my loyalty to your family has left me in a precarious situation. Rodrigo is trading favors with his foreign ambassadors. He wishes to gain information that will lead him to you. I go to meet with one of these ambassadors. He will demand my help and I will provide none. He may try to respond with violence, which is why you will be watching.
Closing in. Follow the ambassador to his meeting to reveal the Borgia plans. Full synchronization, kill the target using the hidden blade.
A resurgence of lightweight coinage has been plaguing the Chitari. The various Rioni councils and most guild member shops have necessary scales on site to perform verification. Remember, the penalties for tampering with any official mint issue.
Doxy 100% of Baba Yaga, but endurance seems a bit difficult to do solo. It is kind of a survival game inside a game, lol. Yeah, I really like the Baba Yaga DLC. I like how it has a very like supernatural feel to it, even though you find out what the cause of it is and that kind of stuff. But I really like it, and it's interesting the visuals when Lara's hallucinating and stuff. The Blood Ties DLC I also like too in Rise. Gives you a lot more information about that version of Lara's upbringing, as well as references a couple of things from the old school games too, which I thought was quite cool.
Condolences are extended to all citizens of the English nation for the loss of your ambassador.
Oh. Thanks, crowd. There we go, that's better.
Reminder! Do not drink the waters of the Tevere south of the Campo Marzio. The recent outbreak of syphilis.
Whoops. What am I doing?
To this ill-advised practice.
I mean, Ezio, why are you doing that for? What made you want to do that, Ezio? Hey, Afro.
France has made a solemn proclamation that the food of Milano must be improved to Francese standards before he will dare set foot.
For this playthrough, I will also be doing the Disappearance of Da Vinci DLC as well. And while it does take place in between two memory sequences towards the end of the main game, I'm actually going to wait until I finish the main game first, and then I'm going to do that DLC as kind of like a final thing, because Leonardo da Vinci isn't in Revelation, so I think to finish this playthrough doing the Leonardo da Vinci Disappearance DLC will be a good way to end the playthrough, but also give one final goodbye to Leonardo before in the next game he's not in it.
Note that the old tannery has agreed a compensating departure and will relocate. The new site will be across the Tevere from Campo Marzio. The Concilio Rionale blesses the tannery.
Afro, you like that DLC? Oh, which one, Afro? The Blood Ties one? Oh, sorry, the Leonardo da Vinci one. Yeah, I thought it was quite cool. There's actually some symbols that you find in that which later get used in Assassin's Creed Unity for the Enigma puzzles.
Moving back out into the Campania.
A mass will be held tomorrow for the souls of the pilgrims trapped in the fire at San Cirino. Cardinale Soderini has ordered a piazza.
Ezio's like, don't mind me, I'm just some stranger in this town. I've never been to Rome before, and I'm sorry if it looked like I was following you, but I just don't know where I'm going, so I'm just going anywhere. Afro, the DLC also gives William and others the coordinates to the cave. That's why they were already there in AC3. That's actually a good point too, I didn't even realize that. In the Vatican. I wish this dude would run to his meeting. There's actually some tailing missions in Assassin's Creed Black Flag where the characters actually run. There's also that in this game too. So the process is a bit quicker of tailing them. But I like also how they had tailing missions in games like Unity. Like, don't get me wrong, if you stay too far behind the target for too long, eventually you'll get desynchronized, but The good thing is that... There he is. The good thing is that if you lose sight of the target, the game doesn't fail you automatically. It gives you time to actually catch up, and it shows you on the mini-map where they've gone to. So at least you have an idea of where you need to go to get them. That's it, Maxi. When they run in Unity, they definitely go for it. But you gotta be on your toes, because that change in speed, like in this game, Micheletto, that you have to stop from killing Pietro. His speed can change very quickly, especially when he's on horseback, and then go back to being slower, and then go back to being faster. What was the optional objective again? Oh yeah, kill the target using the hidden blade.
What the devil is he doing?
Oh. What the fuck? You fucking take the fucking hidden blade off me automatically, why don't you, game? Jesus fucking Christ. Motherfucker. I hate when games fucking switch your weapons automatically from what you equipped. Fucking pain in the ass.
Ezio, my loyalty to your family has left me.
And of course, it's a mission where we have to tail someone that it happens in. Okay, game. I'm selecting my hidden blade. Do you understand this, game? I wonder if it automatically did that when I did that assassination on the dude in the well here.
Not interfere with the quartering of criminals once they have been strapped to the block.
Max, you have a lot of respect when developers make NPCs walk and run at the same speed as you. It really does help a lot, because so many things can happen while you're tailing them that their speed might not be noticed if it changes until it's too late. It is a pain, Afro, that's for sure. Oh yeah, Doxy, you gotta love it when that happens. Happens a lot in the Tomb Raider reboot games. Your weapon will just change automatically on you. Afro, most entertaining. Maxi, there are so many games where you're walking slower than the NPC, but when you jog, you are faster and it's hard to keep at the same speed. Why do developers do this? Yeah, you know, like, there's a point where Machiavelli is walking so fast that even holding down the fast walk doesn't keep speed with him.
Not the bashful type, is it?
To all Medici, take heed. A new breakthrough from Flanders and the treatment of gout is being hailed.
A new breakthrough from Flanders. Everybody loves Ned Flanders? Not me.
Visiting my Royal Tenayam house at the Guild Hall for all particulars. Notice to all Spanish mercenaries and adventurers within the precincts of Roma. La Guardia will not tolerate any more the types of abuse recently committed.
It's like Ezio was marking his territory there when he had his leg up against the wall. Like, I claim this for in the assassin's name. Actually, that would be a funny parody of Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Have it be dogs, and once you actually liberate a zone from the Borgia, the dog, the assassin dog, actually marks the territory of where the Borgia were.
Vi prego.
See, automatically, it gave me the fist. It's like fucking hell game. So that's when it automatically changed to that. Now we'll get the optional objective. There we go, that's better.
Grazie, Ezio. My faith in you is well placed.
Afro, what do you think is the toughest mission in the AC series? There's so many missions in the whole series alone, so I don't really know which one I'd say is the toughest, because there might be a mission that's actually tougher that I'm forgetting is actually tough. Then you got the missions that are tough without even having to worry about the optional objectives. But then you got the missions that become tougher when you have the optional objectives on top. I'd probably have to say one of the most toughest, and there's more than this, but would have to be in Assassin's Creed 3, where there's the 2 ships, and if you want to get the optional objective, you have to make sure that you air assassinate one of the grenadiers on one ship. Meanwhile, you have to do it all while being undetected for the whole thing. So that one's probably a really tough one. Maxi, dude, thank you so much for the 100 bits. That's awesome. Thank you very much. Going to leave a lurk, my dude. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much, Maxi. I absolutely will, dude. I hope that things go well. Thank you for leaving the lurk, and thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate it. Afro, with the optional, you say? Yeah, so there's that one with the optional. The 2 ships in Assassin's Creed 3. There's also that Giant and the Storm naval mission, where you have to sink the 3 man-o'-wars, but you have to sink them destroying their power. Their weak spot. You got to use their weak spot to destroy them. That one can be a damn pain to do. Afro, you say the toughest with optional and mission you judge every AC player from is AC3 Pitcan. Oh yeah, where you have to get the air assassination on him and get to him, you know, and you got all the bushes and stuff. But then you've got the fact you need to go through the battlefield without taking damage as well on top. So yeah, that's definitely one. Without getting detected, yeah. Yeah, I mean, those can be tough. Then you got the ones where if you add your own challenge on top and do the optional objective as well, makes it more difficult.
What exactly broke the
Afro, and that mission is notorious for having bugs you can get detected through the loading screen in that mission. Bloody hell. It's like, yeah, thanks game. That's ridiculous. I hate when games put you at a disadvantage in parts that you can't control. It's like when an enemy is allowed to start hitting you before the cutscene actually... before it goes back to gameplay in the middle of a transition. Ah, come on, bandits. Huh. Wait. Loot. I was holding the loot button down. What? The game won't let me? Fuck it then. I don't really need more money in this game.
I swear, I have nothing to do with anything.
Ah, this one. I fucking hate this optional objective. It's a time-based one. Plus, I have to be careful because I can't take fall damage.
Ezio, my sister has been poisoned. A larger dose of the same drug they used on me. We know who sells it. A street doctor named Tommaso. He has the antidote, but not for sale. You must find another way. Hurry, Flora's time grows short.
Malpractice. Steal a poison antidote from Dr. Tommaso and deliver it to the courtesans. Full synchronization, do not kill the doctor. Plus we have to get back in time, and then I have to make sure I don't take in fall damage. Doxy not allowed to loot. Yes, like come on game. Ezio wasn't actually being attacked at the time. Let him loot. Yeah, this one's annoying, Doxy. The first time you played, it took you a few tries to get 100%. Yeah, it definitely can. You know, it's just ridiculous. Afro, well, he was in combat. Yeah, I guess from the game's perspective, it's like Ezio can't possibly loot a dead enemy when there's combat going on around him when no one's attacking him. Fucking hell. Come here, horse. I know I'm gonna have to redo this again because we're already wasted too much time getting the horse. And this is the horse's top speed. And now I'm going the wrong way.
Oh, that is interesting. Correct.
Phew. That was damn lucky. Need your horse. Assassin's business. No, I won't make it in time. It's very deceptive because the game makes you think you're making good time, but you're not actually making good time at all. Especially when you get fucking stuck in shit too. Yep. Out of my fucking way.
And now that's my carino.
Not gonna make it in time. Gotta get around this corner first.
Ezio, you've saved my sister's life. Grazie.
Don't tell me I did it. And got the optional objective, I mean. I did. Talk about cutting it fine. Holy fucking shit. Was not expecting to get that on the first attempt, I can tell you that. Exactly, Doxy. The game doesn't understand our priorities. It's like, no matter what's going on, let us loot the dead body. We must loot in combat, exactly. There's no excuse to not let us loot. Yeah, that was so damn close. Talk about talk about cutting it fine.
Ezio, you banished that spy Giulietta from the brothel, but she continues to give information to our enemy. A Spanish ambassador this time. Her lover. We know he sells secrets to the church. Giulietta fears you now. Use that. Send her right into the arms of her Spaniard and kill him.
Running scared. Scare Giulietta so she seeks out the Spanish ambassador and then kill him. Full synchronization, kill only the ambassador. Don't even kill a fly. If you do, optional objective failed.
Giulietta, I know of your treachery.
No, please! Ezio! I can explain!
Recent hot congestion on the smaller Strade del Rio.
Help me!
I think I'll keep them. Verde.
Somebody stop him!
Stop you! Don't throw me! Just read. I'll get it!
These are much appreciated.
Break some. Not going fast. No way. With you.
Brose, che mi
You
prendi?
can't just do whatever you
Stanza for us. Ben. Hurry, I'm losing you. He's there. On him.
Have I done something to annoy you?
Non ti dà asfaltare, Daisy.
Un fiorino, messere.
Any criminals in here? This might be the fox's den.
Doxy, we're running marathon here. My god, guys, can we talk about it? Oh yeah, Afro. Yeah, I'm sure that won't kill everyone, including the ambassador.
Please, I had no choice.
Leave Roma. I do not want to see you here again.
Coinage has been plaguing the città recently. The various Rioni councils.
Oh, the game won't let you assassinate her. We'll steal the florins from her though. There we go, so we got that done and the optional objective finished as well. Alright, that's all the courtesan missions we can do up to this point in the story. But we will unlock more though. Same with the thief missions, and same with the assassination contracts. Afro, the fists are rated E for everyone. This is so true. Hey there, Vinman. How's things going? Alright, so I think this is actually where I'm going to call it a stream. I've done a lot of content today. Made some good progress. So in terms of the story, we're up to sequence 5 out of 9. And I still have some layers of Romulus to do. War machines are already all done. Still have some Borgia towers to take care of. Christina memories to do. More assassination, thief, and courtesan missions coming up. Not doing Copernico. Not doing the guild challenges. And as far as these are concerned, not getting any of those to full. And total sync 55.44%. You going good, Vinman? How are you? Oh, that's excellent, dude. Glad to hear that you're going good. Sorry about the timing of ending the stream, but I think that's enough for me for today. I'm doing well, Vinman. I'm doing really good. I've had a good weekend, and there's definitely been a lot of Assassin's Creed content. Finished off 2 yesterday, and started this yesterday as well. And I anticipate it'll probably take another 3 streams, I think. Because I've also got the Disappearance DLC to do as well. So even if I finish all the main stuff by the end of next Sunday, I'll still have the DLC to do as well. Doxy, thank you for streaming, Rod. It was super fun. That's absolutely no trouble at all, Doxy. Thank you so much for joining as well. I'm glad that you were also here. Glad you had a great time as well. You too, Vimin. Thanks for stopping by. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Resident Evil 1 Remake. Every Monday, I'm going to be doing Resident Evil remakes. So remakes of 1, 2, and 3, and then when remake of 4 comes out at the end of March, I'll be able to do that playthrough as well. So if you see me streaming Resident Evil 1 Remake, then you know it's become Monday for me. We're actually going to go and raid Zamaxi, who was in here not long ago. He's playing The Last of Us Part 1, the remake of The Last of Us, and we'll see how he's doing with that game. I don't know where he's up to in it though, because he's been streaming it for a few stream sessions lately. But that's who we're going to go and raid. Before I do that though, just want to give some shout outs. So I'd like to highly recommend people check out Dr. Ronnie. He's finished his playthrough of Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. He's going to be doing the next one in that trilogy, which is Chronicles India. He's also a scientist in real life, working in the field of regenerative medicine, working on cures for things like Parkinson's and MS. And when he streams, he wears a hat, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on the game. Sherbot is playing through Jackbox party packs at the moment. So if you're a fan of that game, definitely highly recommend checking out Sherbot if you haven't before. And was also doing some streams of GTA 5 LA Noire, and she also plays guitar and sings on stream as well. So highly recommend Sherbot. Highly recommend Shiro's House, who's been doing some Grounded. Definitely want to recommend people check out Crocodiles. He's a massive fan of Assassin's Creed like myself. He's also doing his annual series run. He's currently up to Assassin's Creed Brotherhood as well. He's playing through all the Ubisoft Montreal games, so not every game in the series, but all the ones that were done with Ubisoft Montreal as the head studio. And he's also doing a stealth challenge with every single game that he's playing as part of that marathon. And he's also doing all the optional objectives in every game that has them as part of that too. So highly recommend Crocodiles for a lot of Assassin's Creed content. They're all great streamers. They very much have a great community, so highly recommend. Thank you so much for the follow, 19. Bimin, you had a GameCube action replay. Oh, you did you? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the GameCube was a console that I missed out on. I went to the PS2 by that point. But I did play through Metroid Prime 1 and 2 when I had a Nintendo Wii. And played through those, but I'd never played through Metroid Prime 3 though. Before we start the raid, I just want to post in a raid message that people can feel free to put in. But also feel free to add your own on top as well. So I think this Ezio Brotherhood one is a free follower emote. I'm shocking with remembering myself because there we go. So there's one that has Ezio from Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. There we go. Ready for the raid, Doxy? Excellent. And boom, that is on its way. So I just want to thank everyone so much for watching this stream. I'll be getting back to this game next weekend and continuing on. But as I said, the next stream you'll see from me will be Resident Evil 1 Remake. Playing through first as Jill Valentine, and then I'll be playing through as Chris, of course. Thank you so much for watching, and catch you next time.